This is our new series on the chronicles of the Anunnaki and their time on Earth. We hope you enjoy. Remarkably, official science continues to ignore and deny evidence of an advanced civilization existing on Earth in ancient times. Their presence is described in myths and legends, yet science stubbornly clings to the theory of evolution. The evidence compels us to view mythology differently, as these accounts often align closely with reality. Indeed, when subjected to objective analysis, myths no longer appear as mere fantasies of ancient authors or folk tales. Instead, they gain the status of chronicles, a record of events from ancient times. Ultimately, it is time to read these ancient legends as they are, without dismissing them. The Sumerian historians who recorded the life of the Anunnaki on Earth were witnesses to many events in the 4th millennium BC. Some among the Anunnaki recorded their history from the moment they arrived on Earth, and then had scribes engrave their chronicles on clay tablets. In analyzing this information, it is essential to interpret its presentation in light of the cognitive abilities of humans in the 4th millennium BC and their understanding of events. An advanced civilization would have no chance of conveying the full essence of their knowledge to a primitive mind. Transmitting vast amounts of information requires the learner to have the corresponding intellectual level of the teacher. If it's not sufficiently high, then there are only a few options to go with. First, translate the information into a simplified language. Second, convince the people of its truth. Third, instill its sacred nature. And fourth, demand that they carefully preserve it as something crucial to their future. This is precisely what happened in Mesopotamia 6,000 years ago. As a result, the transmission of knowledge became a sacred ritual whose rules and order were inviolable. The scribe who recorded the information would present it according to his understanding and the terms available to him as an educated Sumerian. Imagine a modern person trying to explain Einstein's theory of relativity to a tribe in the jungle, then asking them to recount the lecture. The Anunnaki were in a similar position when conveying their history to the scribes. When reconstructing the past from Sumerian documents, we need to translate many Sumerian words and terms into modern language for the historical picture to make sense. Before beginning to reconstruct this picture in a modern interpretation, it is worth considering a few points. The Sumerian educational system and their entire way of life were based on flawless memorization and the precise execution of rules. When deviations from the established order were discovered, the Anunnaki would return the political structure and all economic relations to their original state. This system did not teach methods of knowledge discovery, but instead instructed on the usage of a limited scope of knowledge. The demand for meticulously copying the original text was passed down from the Sumerians to the Akkadians and then to the Hittites. The Sumerian civilization disappeared in the 2nd millennium BC, and with it, the cuneiform script became buried. Thus, we can state with confidence that the tablets found in this region in the 19th century do in fact preserve the original information as recorded during the Anunnaki's time on Earth. Writing in Egypt appeared 5 centuries after the Sumerian script. In it, eyewitness descriptions can still be seen, although subsequent centuries have significantly altered the form of the narration, making it more complex, elaborate, and contradictory. Authors from different eras made corrections to these accounts at their discretion. In the Americas, both South and Central, legends were orally transmitted from generation to generation. Millennia passed, and only the events that left a strong impression on these people were preserved. Some of these historical occurrences are identical across cultures separated by great distances. We will base the description of the Anunnaki's life on Earth primarily on Sumerian and Akkadian documents. Still, we will not disregard information from other cultures if their mythology reflects the same events. According to Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth 120 Shah before the Great Flood, approximately 445,000 years ago. 1 Shah in Anunnaki chronology is equivalent to 3,600 Earth years. Before this, their ship made a loop around the Sun, allowing them to study all the planets of the solar system in detail from their flying observatory. They chose Earth as their destination. The appearance of the Anunnaki did not frighten or surprise people, which suggests that these extraterrestrial visitors looked similar to humans. However, early Sumerian literature did not provide descriptions of their physical appearance. The god Enki was considered the god of water and fishing, and sacrifices were made to him in the form of fish. Sometimes he was depicted as a fish, but beneath the scales remained a human figure. The Anunnaki felt comfortable in Earth's conditions. For example, they didn't use spacesuits, meaning the air composition suited their physiology. They moved normally without struggling under the atmospheric pressure, indicating Earth's gravity was somewhat similar to that of their home planet. In general, the Anunnaki were intelligent beings with physical bodies. Like humans, they ate, drank, slept, fell in love, quarreled, bore children, and fought for their place. Their disputes could be dramatic, but surprisingly, according to Sumerian mythology, none of them were killed. Even Zu, who stole the tablets of destiny from the god Enlil, was not executed but severely punished, at least according to one version of the story. In Egyptian, Indian, and Native American myths, divine quarrels often end with the death of the vanquished, who reappear in stories in a different form. The Anunnaki lived and worked on Earth. People interacted with them, obeying orders, receiving instructions, and often fearing them, as their lives and fate depended on the mood of any given Anunnaki. In texts from Akkad, Sumerians are given these recommendations. Pray to your God daily. Offer gifts to your God willingly. Present prayers, humility and submission to him daily, and your prayer will be rewarded. In this era, gods lived among the people, and they could directly reward or punish them for their work. Yes, as strange as it sounds, gods and humans shared the same physical realm here on Earth. In Greek and Indian mythology, gods resided atop mountains and governed human destinies from afar, since they were often preoccupied with their own affairs. In monotheistic religions, gods retreat to the heavens, losing their physical form and becoming spiritual entities. The Anunnaki landed north of the Persian Gulf, where they established their first settlement, Eridu, the house built in the distance, or the distant house. In the epic Enki and the World Order, Enki describes Mesopotamia briefly. When I arrived in this land, it was heavily flooded. At Enki's command, irrigation work began around Eridu, and carp were introduced into the marshy, reed-filled waters. Over time, river deposits built up and pushed the Persian Gulf tens of kilometers away from Eridu, which ceased to be a port city. With Enlil's arrival on Earth, the number of Anunnaki reached 600. The tablets read, "To fulfill Anu's commands, he equipped a force of 300 to guard the gods, to keep the pathways of Earth separate from the heavens, and 600 he commanded to dwell on Earth." The Anunnaki of the heavens are referred to in Sumerian texts as Igigi, those who watch and observe. The texts state that the 300 Igigi remained in the heavens and did not descend to Earth. From this vantage point, they never encountered humans. Some texts say they were too distant from people, so human needs did not concern them. The god Shamash commanded the eagles on Earth and would often visit the Igigi in their mighty celestial chamber. The frequently mentioned councils of the Igigi and the Anunnaki were held in Ubshu-Uk, Kina, Ki, House of Divine Assemblies. The Igigi lived on an orbital space station. Their duties likely included docking interplanetary ships with the station, creating comfortable conditions for newcomers, loading fuel, water, food, and processed materials, such as gold ingots, onto the ship. This cargo delivery system, as well as crew rotation, was more efficient and logical than landing a massive interplanetary ship on Earth. To maintain contact with the orbital station, they built the city of Nibiru, later known as Nippur. Nibiru means crossing with Earth. Here they also established Ki-Ur, where the bond of heaven with Earth was installed. In this communications center, there was something like an antenna, a tall, upward-pointing pillar reaching to the heavens, anchored like a platform that cannot be overturned. It was from this location that Enlil sent his words to the heavens. In Nippur, a majestic house called Kur was also erected. This was essentially a computational center, which contained something that is described as a raised eye and a raised beam. Naturally, energy sources were needed to power the communications equipment and computational center. Undoubtedly, oil, abundant in the Middle East, especially in modern Iraq and Kuwait, was used as fuel to generate energy. This is why the Anunnaki chose Mesopotamia as their base, even though its terrain could hardly be described as a paradise for habitation. Indeed, it required extra resources and effort to make it livable. Nevertheless, the vast oil reserves beneath their feet and economic feasibility outweighed the challenges posed by marshy swamps, mosquito swarms, snakes, and the intense heat. Likely, they built something similar to a thermal power plant and oil refinery here to fuel their flying apparatuses. Incidentally, the Sumerian language had 9 terms for various petroleum products, while Sanskrit had 3 and Egyptian only 2. The Anunnaki used flying devices to move around the planet, which were frequently described by eyewitnesses from various regions of the Earth. Texts from Sumer and Akkad leave no doubt that the Anunnaki could ascend from Earth to the heavens and hover in the earthly skies. Indeed, all ancient civilizations mention gods who could fly and descend from the heavens. The ability to fly was universally symbolized by a pair of wings added to an otherwise human figure. In a hymn dedicated to Inanna, we read, "She dons her heavenly robes, she valiantly ascends to the heavens." Like many monosyllabic Sumerian words, the word mu has a straightforward meaning, rising straight upwards. Inanna's hymn indicates that mu was the mode of transport that allowed the gods to rise and soar high in the sky. She flies over the lands of various peoples in her mu. The lady flying in her mu ascends to the heavens on light wings. Passing over all stops, the lady flies in her mu. The Philadelphia University Museum houses an object resembling a capsule surrounded by 12 celestial bodies. Inside the capsule is an oval chamber for the god. This symbolism likely inspired the tradition of erecting stone pillars in certain places, within which oval chambers with figures of gods were carved. Similar steles were called naru, meaning stones that ascend in Sumerian. In Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian, naru meant objects emitting light. The Amorites called them nuras, meaning fiery objects. In Hebrew, ner still denotes a pillar-shaped object emitting light. Hittite graphics depict a strange flying device resembling a sled, which likely operated on the air cushion principle. In the text about Inanna's journey to the underworld, Southeast Africa, it's mentioned that Inanna wore 7 items before embarking on her long journey. On her head, shugara, that which allows one to go far. On her ears, measuring pendants. Around her neck, a necklace of blue stones. On her shoulders, twin stones. On her arms, golden cylinders. On her chest, belts that tightened around her. On her body, a pala garment. Excavations in Mari in 1934, 4,000-year-old statues of Inanna wearing all these items were discovered. In addition to 2 horn-like helmet elements, the main outward sign of deities, breastplates and a specially designed helmet are visible. On the back of the neck, attached directly to the helmet, is a strange rectangular box. The statue also shows Inanna holding a sizable cylindrical object in her hands and a series of intersecting belts or straps. Professor Henry Frankfurt, an expert in seal-making technology, noted clear depictions of cigar-shaped objects with flames trailing behind on artifacts from Crete, as shown in his work, Cylinder Seals. A coin was discovered in Byblos, modern Lebanon, depicting the temple of the goddess Ishtar. As seen on the coin, the sacred area is adjacent to the temple and includes something resembling a tilted flame-reflecting screen. There is also a conical structure, possibly a rocket, within a launch structure with an additional outer wall raised above the ground, as if to shield from the effects of this object. Egyptians believed that Ra descended to Earth from the planet of 1,000,000 years on the celestial barge. Its conical top, called the Benben, was later stored in a specially built sanctuary in the sacred city of Anu. known by the Greek name Heliopolis. The ascent of Horus to the sky is accompanied by a journey through underground chambers. After this, he takes a designated position and commands the double doors to the heavens to open. The eye of Ra intensifies and turns red, and then the phrase, "The king rises to the sky," is uttered. The heavens joyfully shout to him, and the earth trembles. A thunderous storm carries him forth, roaring like Set. The guards of the heavens open the doors for him, the heavens darken, and the stars dim. Those remaining on earth, then, see the king soaring like a falcon, like a god. This king is the celestial bull, whose belly is filled with magic from the Isle of Flame. Notably, the text mentions the orbit of the celestial bull and compares its movement to something called sunt. The term sunt is still unknown to Egyptologists. Still, the description of its 9 nightly revolutions around Earth matches the behavior of an orbital space station, with an approximate orbital period of 80 minutes. The inscription on the walls of the temple at Edfu is strikingly accurate in geographic detail, specifying a precise date related to events in the life of the gods. It describes a time when, long before the pharaohs, Egypt was ruled by gods. In the year 363, King Ra, the Holy, the Falcon of the Horizon, the immortal, living forever, was in the land of Henu. With him were his warriors, for enemies plotted ill against their lord in the land. Ra set forth there in his bark, and his companions with him. He descended to the earth near the throne of Horus. Horus entered Ra's bark. He said to his ancestor, "O Falcon of the Horizon, I saw the enemies plotting against you to claim for themselves the shining crown." Then Horus flew to the horizon in Ra's winged disk, and from that day he was called the Great God, Lord of the Heavens. High in the heavens, from the winged disk, he saw the enemies and attacked them from behind. From the front of it, he unleashed a storm that they could not see with their eyes or hear with their ears. In an instant, they were all dead, none remained alive. Horus appeared in the winged disk, shining with many colors, and he returned to Ra's bark, the Falcon of the Horizon. It was at that moment that the winged disk became the emblem of Horus the victor. Horus took the winged disk as his sign and placed it on the prow of Ra's bark. Alongside it, he placed the goddess of the north and the goddess of the south in the form of 2 serpents. Horus stood with his emblem on Ra's bark, holding the divine iron and a chain in his hand. It has been established that the inscriptions on the walls of the temple at Edfu are a copy made by Egyptian scribes from an earlier source. However, it remains unknown when the original text was written and by whom. The Indian Vedas consistently mention aerial chariots, which are bright and radiant. Indra's Vimana emitted rays from its sides, moved faster than thought, and could cover great distances. The invisible horses harnessed to the chariot had eyes like the sun, emitting a reddish glow and sometimes changing color. Other texts describe these divine chariots as multi-leveled vehicles that were able not only to fly through the air, but also to dive underwater. The texts also mention Ashvins, the gods who drove the celestial chariots. Like young falcons, they were the best charioteers to soar into the heavens, navigating the chariot as a team. Their flying vehicles, sometimes seen in the sky, were crafted from gold. They were radiant and bright, with comfortable seating and smooth movement. These vehicles were constructed according to a triple principle: 3 levels, 3 seats, 3 supporting poles, and 3 rotating wheels. According to hymn 22 of the Rig Veda, the chariot of the Ashvins has a triple seat and reins made of gold. It seems this vehicle resembled a helicopter, with rotating wheels serving various functions. One wheel lifted the vehicle into the air, another served to steer it, and the third regulated speed. One wheel of the chariot spins quickly, carrying it far away. When a hero was drowning, the Ashvins appeared in 3 unsinkable boats that fly through the air. Next, they descend to the ocean's depths, rescue the hero from the water, and take him to land. Fascinating information about the construction of Vimanas can be found in an ancient Indian manuscript written by Maharishi Bharadwaja in the 4th century BC. It was based on manuscripts from the 2nd millennium BC, known as the Vimanika Shastra. This text details 32 secrets of the Vimanas. These Vimanas could rotate around their axis, expand, contract in size, and change shape during flight. They could also appear as clouds, glow brightly, absorb light, and become invisible. They moved in jumps and zigzags, covering vast distances with incredible speed. According to the manuscript, the metals for building the Vimanas are lightweight and heat-absorbing. There are 16 types. Indra became the lord over the gods, yet he had a rival, Tvashtar. Indra swiftly defeated him with the thunderbolt weapon. Then Vritra entered the battle. Initially, Indra lost and was forced to flee to the edge of the world. When all the gods turned away from him, only the Maruts remained on his side. These gods, numbering 21, had the fastest flying chariots, which roared thunderously, like winds, shaking and trembling rocks as they rose upward. With the Maruts' support, Indra again challenged Vritra to battle. The divine iron projectiles launched by Indra hit their mark without fail. Soon, Vritra's terrible fate was proclaimed by the roar and clanging of the iron rain unleashed by Indra. Pierced and crushed, the demon fell to the ground from the walls of his celestial stronghold. After a terrible scream, Vritra lay motionless on the ground. Enki established 5 cities in sacred locations: Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, and Shurapak. In his book The History of Metals, Acheson wrote that each Mesopotamian culture was founded on metallurgy, and that all these achievements must inevitably be attributed to the genius of the Sumerians. Sumerian art is rich with depictions of underground mines and mining scenes. The name of one of these first cities, Bad Tibira, actually means place of the metalworking plant. Enlil created an industrial processing center in Bad Tibira, which was eventually managed by his son, Ninurta. Metal ores were transported to Mesopotamia on specially designed cargo vessels known as Nu Abzu, ore ships from the lower world. From the port, the ore was transported to Bad Tibira. The refined and enriched ore was then made into ingots, whose form remained unchanged throughout the ancient world for thousands of years. These ingots, some of which have been found in excavations in the Middle East, further confirm that Sumerian pictographs accurately represented the items they symbolized. The Sumerian symbol for Zag, meaning purified and precious, depicted such an ingot. High-purity metal was sent to a space station managed by the Igigi, located in Earth's orbit, where the gold was loaded onto interplanetary spacecraft that periodically arrived from the center. The lands from which ores were imported to Mesopotamia were called Ra-Li, land of shining veins. When planning her journey to the southern hemisphere, Inanna referred to this place as the land where precious metals are covered by soil. Sumerian texts indicate that the capital of Ereshkigal's domain was located in Gabkur-Ra, in the heart of the mountains, quite far from the seashore. Various texts mention that the Anunnaki often traveled to and from the lower world. Enki frequently appeared in Eden, but he spent most of his time in the Abzu, the lower world, where a magnificent shrine was built and where he stored knowledge of all crafts. This place had nothing in common with the dark underworld. It is reasonable to believe that the lower world refers to the southern hemisphere, while Abzu corresponds to Southeast Africa and Central and South America. This is indirectly supported by images of African ostriches and zebras found on seals. In 1970, the Anglo-American Corporation, a leading South African mining company, enlisted archaeologists to search for ancient mines, reasoning that abandoned ancient mines might indicate where gold could be found. The corporate magazine Optima published a detailed report by Adrian Bouchier and Peter Beaumont about the discovery of extensive areas with shafts as deep as 20 meters in Swaziland and other parts of South Africa. The age of stone tools, bones, and charcoal found in mines in these areas ranged from 20,000 to 26,000 at Lion Peak, and up to 60,000 years BC in Swaziland. However, according to Bouchier and Beaumont, the true age of the mining operations in Swaziland is likely around 70,000–80,000 years. Archaeologists and anthropologists involved in this research believe that mining technology was used in southern Africa during the period after 100,000 BC. An international team of physicists arrived in South Africa in September 1988 to determine the age of human settlements in Swaziland and Zululand. They used the most advanced equipment and recorded dates from 80 to 115,000 years BC. Many prehistoric mines were found on Toltec territory in Mexico, where gold and other precious metals were extracted. However, images of people working underground in something resembling mines, holding various tools, suggest the Olmecs were the first miners. According to Inca and Aztec legends, gold always belonged to the gods and was not used as currency before the Europeans arrived. The Aztecs and Incas overwhelmed the Spaniards with gold because they believed them to be gods returning to reclaim their metal. The Indians, in fact, called gold Teotihuacan, meaning the sweat and tears of the gods. Notably, the Maya collected gold in an organized way, usually smelting it into ingots and sending it to the capital to return it to the gods. However, the Maya themselves did not mine gold on an industrial scale. Jewelry making in ancient Mesoamerica developed long before the beginning of the Copper Age. Indigenous peoples crafted ornaments from gold, platinum, silver, and turquoise, similar to those of early dynastic Egypt. Worship symbols were also created from precious metals, suggesting that despite their practical skills with precious metals, Native Americans did not consider using them for industrial or utilitarian purposes. In Ecuador, Bolivia, and Colombia, exquisite ancient ornaments have been found, often combining platinum with other metals like gold and silver. Platinum, as a reminder, is a refractory metal requiring complex high-temperature furnaces capable of reaching 1800 to 2000 degrees centigrade. There is reason to believe that the prosperity of Tiwanaku in Bolivia and Sangsingdui in China was based on bronze production, a hard alloy composed of 85% copper and 15% tin. Traces of copper are visible in Tiwanaku, even to casual observers. Greenish-white spots of copper sulfate are found along the shores of the pond at Acapana and within the temple of Kalasasaya. The settlement is paved with an unusual green cobblestone, likely discolored by exposure to copper. Tiwanaku is situated directly above the world's largest tin deposit, extending from the eastern shore of Lake Titicaca, around the lake to the south and reaching Oruro and Lake Pupo, a stretch of 200 miles. These rich cassiterite resources likely explain why the Anunnaki founded Tiwanaku in such a remote and inhospitable location. Tiwanaku is situated close to the southern shore of the unique high-altitude Lake Titicaca, at an elevation of over 3,000 meters above sea level. Tiwanaku was constructed as a primary cassiterite processing center and as a port on the shores of Lake Titicaca. One block of the old pier alone weighs 440 tons, while others range from 100 to 150 tons. Following an earthquake, the shoreline configuration changed, and now the old pier lies 20 meters from the lake's southern shore. Many of Tiwanaku's surviving temples were built in the pre-flood period. Acapana is an artificially constructed mound measuring 210 by 210 meters at the base and standing 17 meters high. Sometimes referred to as a truncated pyramid, it is actually an irregularly shaped mound with 7 terraces and a large depression at the top. Inside the mound, archaeologists have discovered a curious network of zigzagging stone water channels. Water from a large reservoir at the summit was released down these channels until it reached a moat encircling the structure. It has been suggested that this drainage system was designed to collect rainwater in the central depression at the top of the mound, allowing it to flow down the terraces into underground tunnels. The first component of this network was a main pipe laid around the base of Acapana. This stone aqueduct was precisely fitted and capable of carrying a large volume of water. From this main pipe, the water flowed to the nearest lower terrace, where it ran for 10 feet along an external stone channel before re-entering the Acapana mound. The water continued flowing alternately along external and internal channels before finally descending via excellently constructed tunnels 3.3 meters deep underground. From there, it flowed into the Tiwanaku River and reached Lake Titicaca. Cassiterite ore was extracted with simple pickaxes, chisels, and quartzite hammers. In denser ore that could not be extracted by picks, the method of fire setting was used. A fire was set on the surface of the vein, or in the mine, and once the rock was hot, it was doused with water. The loosened rock was then chipped away with stone picks or hammers and shoveled into leather bags to be brought to the surface. At the base of Acapana, the ore was crushed with stone crushers and then washed. Water was necessary for the wet refining process, a preliminary separation of ore from rock. The finely crushed ore was shoveled with wooden scoops and transported in leather bags to the smelting site. Quartz and ochre were used as fluxes. Copper and tin ores were smelted separately, and later, when casting an object, the necessary amount of tin was added to the copper. Pumapunku contains the largest stones in Tiwanaku, some weighing over 100 tons. These are remnants of a partially excavated structure, the purpose of which remains unclear. One of these enormous slabs of red sandstone measures approximately 8.6 by 5.3 meters and weighs about 120 tons. Although the stone has suffered from natural erosion, it still showcases the impeccable geometry of this and other nearby stones. Other stones found in Pumapunku bear traces of metal clamps that joined the stones together, several of which have been found and were made of bronze. The stones were slightly inclined to facilitate drainage. Closer analysis of these metal elements has revealed traces of copper and nickel, which would have required a stable casting temperature. One stone block at Pumapunku, several feet tall, has a precisely cut 6 mm wide groove, along which evenly spaced small holes are drilled. Melted tin from cassiterite stone was then transported from the mountain using Anunnaki vehicles to the Nazca Plain, 600 kilometers west of Lake Titicaca, near the source of the Apurimac River. From there, it was transported by sea to various parts of the world. Thanks to aviation in the 20th century, the mysterious, gigantic drawings on the ground in the Nazca Desert were discovered. On one slope of the Andes facing the ocean, one can see a large trident-shaped sign visible from both the sea and the air at various altitudes. From the trident, a straight white line extends deep inland, visible only from above, running across mountains and valleys until it reaches the highland plateau of Nazca. According to Maria Reiche, a German archaeologist who spent many years studying the Nazca problem, the rocky ground of the desert has been stripped down to a light clay layer along these lines, ruling out the possibility of the plateau being used as a runway or airport for heavy transport vehicles. Tin was likely transported by lighter means of travel, and, considering the local air currents, gliders may even have been used. For instance, if a modern glider were to follow the line from the trident mark, it would gain altitude rather than lose it, climbing up to 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Under favorable weather conditions, it could reach even higher, with an average aerodynamic quality of 15 to 20. A glider could cover a range of 60 to 80 kilometers purely through descent and several hundred kilometers when gliding. Furthermore, the terrain would prevent even a fragile glider from braking on landing. Triangles indicate potential crosswinds along a route, while squares denote optimal landing spots. Stylized bird figures could mark resting places, with larger stones nearby that could serve as anchoring points for gliders. Archaeologists note that these giant drawings only occur in southern Peru, where the conditions for gliding are optimal. Judging by Chinese achievements in bronze craftsmanship and the highly inland location of Sichuan province, it can be assumed that the smelting enterprises at Sanxing Dui specialized in producing finished items from various copper alloys rather than supplying ores or separate tin and copper. The main customers and commissioners were the Harappans and the Anunnaki. Those interested in physiognomy might notice a striking resemblance between the faces of statues on Easter Island and the bronze mask found in Sanxing Dui. According to European standards, they have a peculiar appearance, enormous heads with heavy, prominent chins and long ears. This resemblance suggests that the bronze masks were stylized depictions of the Anunnaki themselves, placed in temples or palaces. A mask portraying an Anunnaki would reassure residents of the constant presence of God, observing every action and ready to display wrath when provoked. Powerful energy sources were required to operate the computing center, communication systems, and other equipment used by the Anunnaki. In contemporary terms, power plants must have been built. The civilization may have had alternative power sources, but there is no doubt that they existed. Numerous findings and indirect evidence suggest the extensive use of electricity in ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and South America. For example, artificial light sources are mentioned repeatedly in texts. Depictions of miners working underground often include something resembling a headlamp. There is no trace of soot on the ceilings and walls of the long passages in the Egyptian and South American pyramids, indicating that torches were not used during construction. Due to the complex layout of these tunnels, it is also implausible to suggest that a system of mirrors was used to explain the illumination. Excavations in Chan Chan, a territory of ancient Peru, uncovered not only irrigated gardens and adobe palaces, but also copper and silver ornaments covered with thin layers of silver and gold. Producing such coatings requires either galvanization or the treatment of metal objects with metal vapors. Interestingly, the older the artifacts, the more common galvanization was. By the time of the Spanish conquest, these techniques had been completely lost. In some temples at Teotihuacan, builders had also used mica. A thick layer of mica was found between the two upper levels of the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan during restoration work in 1906. Later, just under a floor paved with heavy stone slabs, archaeologists found two massive sheets of mica, meticulously laid in ancient times by people who clearly knew how to cut and handle this material. Large sheets of mica were laid in two layers, one on top of the other. Mica, as is well known, is not a conventional flooring material. In addition, in the Temple of Mica, it was placed under the floor, hidden from view. Since the method of placing and positioning the mica sheets clearly rules out any decorative purpose, we must assume that some other technical function was intended. Chemical analysis of the mica found in Teotihuacan revealed that this type of mica can only be found in Brazil, over 3,000 kilometers away. Clearly, the temple builders specifically required this mica, as they could have easily used mica from local sources if it were only for decoration. It is important to note that mica has properties that make it especially suitable for certain applications. In modern industry, it is used in capacitors and valued as thermal and electrical insulation. Mica is opaque to fast neutrons and can be used as a moderator in nuclear reactions. Such a construction has not been found anywhere else in ancient America, nor anywhere in the world. Whether an energy source was placed under the floor, with the mica sheet serving as electrical insulation, is a question for future generations of scientists. The most probable source of energy for the Anunnaki was heliostations, the transformation of light energy into chemical energy, and its storage in ATP molecules is widely utilized in photosynthesis. After exposing a wafer of silicon to sunlight, an electron flow and potential difference are generated, similar to photosynthesis. When the layers of the wafer are connected, an electric current appears in the external circuit. The Anunnaki likely mastered the secret of producing photoelectric cells and storing generated electrical energy. It is plausible that the pyramids served as heliostations, and the ceramic tiles that covered them functioned as solar cells. Using the current efficiency of laboratory solar cells, which yield around 230 watts per square meter, we can estimate the heliostation power of the pyramids. Mirror-smooth cladding, made up of 115,000 polished slabs, each weighing 10 tons, covered all four sides of the Great Pyramid, an area of 8.9 hectares. The Anunnaki's more advanced technology may have allowed them to increase the efficiency of solar cells to 50 to 60%, meaning the Great Pyramid heliostation could reach power levels of about 50 megawatts. In Akkadian and Babylonian, ziggurats, their word for pyramids, means tube of divine spirit. The Sumerians referred to ziggurats as esh, describing their significance as preeminent or the highest. The word esh can also be translated from Sumerian as source of heat or fire from Akkadian and Hebrew. Aerial photographs of Earth were taken from Anunnaki aircraft, and detailed maps were created. These maps were used by ship captains who traversed the seas and oceans around our planet. Some of the maps, created in the 4th millennium BC, made their way into the hands of seafarers in the 15th century, enabling Europe to discover previously unknown regions of our planet. The map of Piri Reis, an admiral in the Ottoman Navy, is an authentic document produced in Constantinople in 1513 and is in no way a forgery. It depicts the northern coast of Antarctica. Piri Reis could not have obtained information about this region from contemporary explorers, as Antarctica was not discovered until 1818. The map drawn by Piri Reis in 1513 shows clear knowledge of South America, not only of the eastern coast, but also of the Andes on the western side of the continent, which were unknown at that time. The map also accurately depicts the Amazon and the Falkland Islands, which were discovered in 1592. The world map drawn by Orontius Phineas in 1513 also contains a map of Antarctica. Astonishingly, the general outline of the continent matches what is shown on modern maps, depicting the ice-free coasts of Antarctica, specifically Queen Maud Land, Enderby Land, Wilkes Land, Victoria Land, and Marie Byrd Land. The South Pole is positioned almost precisely in the center of the continent, surrounded by mountain ranges resembling numerous ridges discovered in recent years. Rivers flowed from many of them to the sea, naturally and convincingly fitting into the contours of the terrain. The general outlines and distinct features of the terrain are very close to seismic data on the surface hidden beneath the ice. The central part of the continent on the map lacks rivers and mountains, suggesting the presence of an ice cap. Mercator, the great cartographer of the 16th century, included the Orontius Phineas map in his atlas in 1569, and that same year depicted Antarctica on several maps. According to Charles Hapgood, in some instances details are more recognizable than on the Phineas's map, suggesting Mercator relied on different sources than those used by Orontius Phineas. Only after Harrison's chronometer became publicly available in the 1770s was it possible to accurately determine longitude. Ancient maps depicting continental outlines with modern precision suggest knowledge of geometric triangulation methods and an understanding of spherical trigonometry. The stay of the Anunnaki on Earth can be divided into 3 periods: the first before the advent of Homo sapiens, the second before the Great Flood, and the third after the Flood. In the first period, 600 Anunnaki managed to complete their tasks for roughly 300,000 years with the technology they had brought from other planets. It is logical to assume that during this phase, the Anunnaki attempted to use upright walking humans and Neanderthals in their work. Wild animals like elephants, buffalo, horses, deer, dogs, cats, and dolphins have assisted humans in daily life, each performing limited functions. Yet, curiously, humans have found no use for monkeys, or perhaps monkeys simply proved incapable of long, dedicated labor. Possibly driven by a desire for a capable worker for mining tasks or by new demands from the center to increase gold production, the Anunnaki began experimenting to create a hybrid between a Neanderthal and an Anunnaki. After several unsuccessful attempts, Homo sapiens was created. Humans were integrated into the nature system, becoming a part of it like all other elements, from microbes to rhinoceroses, and, like other animals, they fought for survival. The Anunnaki captured large young males to use for hard labor. To engage the primitive humans in tasks outside the mines, the Anunnaki had to significantly expand his spoken language. The learning process took several generations, with the Anunnaki first teaching women, who then passed the knowledge to their children. The assumption by mainstream science that language developed naturally within tribes and then spread universally lacks a logical basis. To create language, a being must possess intellect, which can only emerge with the presence of language, a circular paradox where to develop language, one must already use it. Random sounds produced by wild animals do not form a language. To develop it, the sounds would have to be linked to specific objects, memorized and then conveyed to others with the consistency needed to pass these sound-object associations to future generations. Only intelligence can be the creator. Spontaneous development can only mimic an original. Language, though primitive, became humanity's primary advantage in the animal kingdom. Homo sapiens gradually triumphed over all large animals, including Neanderthals. The Anunnaki were satisfied with the results of their experiment and could explain to captured individuals what was required. They did not plan to develop humanity further, since they themselves managed complex technology. Humanity would likely have remained at the tribal level, similar to jungle tribes or northern peoples, if not for a devastating catastrophe on Earth. Data collected by modern science suggests that the Great Flood occurred around the middle of the 11th millennium BC, coinciding with a sudden climate shift in various regions worldwide. Some areas, such as Siberia and Alaska, experienced sharp cooling, while others, such as Western Europe, warmed. According to myths, the flood was accompanied by powerful earthquakes. Volcanic activity and earthquakes are often mentioned alongside flooding in both Americas. Shortages of food, darkness, and cold from volcanic eruptions led to the extinction of 70% of life on Earth. Earth was desolate, life barely survived and could have disappeared entirely. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, 73% of vertebrates over 40 kilograms went extinct in North America between 13,000 and 11,000 years ago. The cataclysm destroyed all Anunnaki cities on Earth. Islands and lands vanished into chasms and rifts as tectonic plates shifted. Oceans flooded vast territories, turning them into seas and deep lakes. Life persisted only on mountain peaks. According to Alan Alford, in 10,450 BC, when Nibiru was positioned between Venus and Earth, at a distance of only 12 million kilometers, the Great Flood began on Earth. The gravitational pull of the giant planet lifted huge masses of water into the atmosphere, which then collapsed onto Earth's surface. Earthly civilization and most plant and animal life ceased to exist. The aliens foresaw the inevitability of the flood and took measures to preserve the most valuable resources. In 1976, Zecharia Sitchin sparked significant debate when he released The 12th Planet. An Akkadian cylindrical seal from the 3rd millennium BC, displayed in the State Museum in Berlin, inspired Sitchin to theorize about Nibiru as one of the planets in the solar system. The seal shows 11 circles surrounding a large circle with 6 rays, clearly representing the Sun. When examined from the top right sector, moving counterclockwise, the depiction closely resembles the layout of the solar system in terms of planet size and positions, except for Pluto, which is shown in its original position as a satellite of Neptune. However, between Mars and Jupiter, there is a large circle about 3 times the size of Earth, representing an unknown planet, possibly Phaeton. 2 astronomers from the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington used mathematical models to suggest that Planet X ejected Pluto and Charon from their previous position as satellites of Neptune. They also theorized that the intruding planet was 3 to 4 times larger than Earth and may have been captured into orbit around the Sun, with a highly eccentric tilted orbit with a much longer period than other planets. Sitchin's arguments linking the Anunnaki and the existence of a 12th, as yet unknown planet are substantial. However, one issue with Sitchin's theory is his assumption that Nibiru is simply a large terrestrial-type planet. It remains unclear how it could support life at a vast distance from the Sun. For sufficient warmth, it would need either a massive gravitational force, implying high surface gravity, or a radioactive core, also incompatible with life. The hypothesis that the Great Flood was caused by Nibiru's passage close to Mars is a plausible explanation for the origins of the flood. However, as modern science confirms, earthquakes, ash and dust emissions, and drastic climate changes occurred worldwide simultaneously. Nibiru, with 3 times Earth's mass, would not have generated sufficient gravitational pull from a position between Mars and Jupiter to cause global destruction and tectonic shifts on Earth. According to another version, the Sumerians referred to Nibiru as a brown dwarf star. Its orbital period ranges from 3,400 to 3,800 years, and another civilization could exist on one of its satellites. In this case, the Anunnaki world could be a planet orbiting Nibiru, similar to Earth orbiting the Sun. However, this theory also faces multiple contradictions. For the planet to sustain life, it would have to be close to the brown dwarf for sufficient energy. Yet, the intense magnetic field of a brown dwarf prevents a planet from orbiting closely. Additionally, if a dense star had passed between Mars and Jupiter, its powerful gravitational field would affect not only the movements of nearby planets, but also processes on the Sun, leading to increased ejections of molten material and a surge in radiation. The periodic passage of a brown dwarf through the solar system would indeed cause natural disasters on Earth. However, no significant archaeological evidence of catastrophes in these periods, the most studied by scientists, has been found. Furthermore, astronomers closely monitoring the skies have left no records of a large object like Nibiru or a brown dwarf star. Early-era astronomers from Egypt, Babylon, Greece, Rome, China, or India would have noted such an event. Nibiru was called the Great Celestial Body and the Radiant. Ignoring such a phenomenon seems implausible. Thus, the idea of Nibiru as a celestial body cannot be considered proven or viable for further consideration. Calculating Nibiru's apparent size during perihelion, its closest approach to Earth, reveals challenges. Assuming Nibiru is 4 times Earth's diameter and with an albedo of 0.5, like Jupiter, it would receive 3.7 times more sunlight, and in perihelion, Nibiru could be 2.3 times closer to Earth than Jupiter. The first planet the Anunnaki encountered on their journey through the solar system to Earth was called Shu-Ra, the watcher over Shu. After Shu-Ra, they performed an Iru, meaning loop, or circuit. It can be assumed that near Neptune, the Anunnaki spacecraft made a maneuver to adjust its trajectory. This planet was named Humbar, swampy vegetation, possibly referring to its color. In the journey description, Uranus is called Entai Mash Sig, planet of light green life. The fourth planet, Saturn, received fearsome names such as Targalu, the Great Destroyer, Kaksidi, Weapon of Justice, and Simutu, Killer in the Name of Justice. Evidently, this name is linked to the loss of one of the Anunnaki's ships. It destroyed the 50 Anunnaki. It struck the flying bird-like Shusar in the chest. What exactly it was that destroyed Shusar and the 50 Anunnaki is unclear, but it was more than likely a fragment of Saturn's rings. Next in the description is the planet Jupiter, known as Sib-Zi-An-Na, true guide in the heavens, also called Bar-Bar-Ru, bright, or Sag-Mi-Gar, the giant where Mi is secured. Presumably near Jupiter, another maneuver took place, guiding the ship into the asteroid belt. Mars was given the names Shi-Lib-Bu, the one close to the center, or Utu-Kagab-A, the light placed at the water gates. Earth, listed last among the Anunnaki's destinations, was called Shu-Gi, the land where Shu ends, or a suitable place for Shu's rest. From the text, it appears that Shu was a spacecraft. There is also a map of the Anunnaki's celestial journey to the 7th planet. This map is an Assyrian copy of an ancient Sumerian tablet. Initially, it was thought to be a planisphere, a map with technical terms marked on it. This tablet is disc-shaped, divided into 8 45-degree sectors, and contains unusual symbols not found on other Mesopotamian artifacts. In addition to cuneiform symbols, it features an ellipse, triangles, and arrows. Part of the disc is heavily damaged, but researchers have always believed in its astronomical significance because it includes names of numerous celestial bodies. There are also 7 dot planets aligned in a row. 2 triangles are connected by a line with the words God Enlil past these planets inscribed along it, along with the depiction of 7 points representing 7 celestial bodies. The connecting line passes between the heavenly bodies, designated as Dilgin, first station, and Apin, where the correct course is set. Nearby, inscriptions read, "Adjust, adjust, rocket, rocket, deploy upwards, mountains, a landing guide." The landing is described in sequential phrases, high, high, clouds of steam, no clouds, and the place where earth and sky meet. The triangle to the right is accompanied by the phrase, the path of God Enlil. Other sectors of the disk contain equally intriguing information. In the third sector, containing an image of an ellipse, phrases can be read, planet Sibzi Anna, Jupiter, the messenger Anna, goddess Ishtar, and god Nini oversee the landing. In the fourth sector, we read, our light, altar, observe the trajectory and high ground, plane. There is also an inscription, the observer, and a numerical sequence, rocket, rocket, lift, glide, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 20, 22, 22. The line at the top contains the word sky, but also lists channel 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. On the heavily damaged seventh sector, the words distant, view, and press are readable. The eighth sector is well preserved, with arrows and inscriptions positioned between two planets. Words such as deploy upwards, mountain, fuel, water, grain, and steam water, grain are readable. A large arrow extends from the center of the disk, the very point where the Anunnaki journey concluded. Near the arrow's tip, the word return is readable. When analyzing the texts, one thing is certain: Nibiru is a spacecraft, not a planet or a dead star. Second, this craft was piloted, and the ancient Sumerian tablet provides clear instructions for the pilot's actions when landing on Earth. Third, when describing the Anunnaki's journey, the planets are listed as the spacecraft Shu flies by them. However, there is no indication that Shu stops at any planet. Only the planet's appearance is described, seemingly as points of orientation. The name of the first planet in the solar system, Shu-Ra, the watcher over Shu, provides a hint. The Shu ship flies past while the planet Ra observes it. The distance from the edge of the solar system to Earth is about 10 billion kilometers. If an interstellar spacecraft enters the solar system at nearly the speed of light, then it would reach Earth in about 15 hours. By then, the passengers on the craft, who have been on board for many years, would likely be waking up, and a stewardess would probably offer refreshments and a view out the window saying, "We are now passing Uranus, the planet of light green life." Around Jupiter, the craft must begin decelerating, otherwise it would hit Earth. As the 628 million kilometers between Jupiter and Earth would take just 3,140 seconds or 52 minutes to cover. Mars serves as the beacon placed at the gates of the water. Earth is the only planet in the solar system rich in water, a crucial resource for the Anunnaki travelers, tied to life, habitat, and the opportunity to refuel for the return journey. In texts, Nibiru was called the planet of crossing, the planet that crosses, the great celestial body, and radiant. The Sumerians emphasized Nibiru's exceptional brightness. Nibiru is a planet that shines in the heavens. It takes the central place. The planets must honor him being Marduk Nibiru. Marduk Nibiru relentlessly crosses the central place of Tiamat. Let it be called the crossing. Marduk Nibiru occupies this center, the crossroads of heaven and earth. Neither above nor below will the planets cross. The planets must await its appearance. The symbol for Nibiru resembled a cross, and it was graphically depicted as a winged disk. To this day, the symbol of a cross carries significant meaning for humanity. In the sky, the interstellar spacecraft would appear as a bright star, crossing the zodiac signs and the paths of planets. As it drew closer, the Nibiru star would grow brighter and larger. Finally, the craft would decelerate, seeming to hover over Earth and occupying a large portion of the sky. The craft glittered with lights, and its enormous size, comparable to a modern aircraft carrier, was breathtaking. Interestingly, the craft on which Enlil arrived at Shigi, the suitable place for Shu's rest, landed directly on Earth rather than docking at an orbital station, which perhaps did not yet exist. This means the craft had sufficient power to lift its massive weight from Earth and carry it away without concern for fuel shortages. Studies of the circumstances surrounding the Tunguska meteorite impact have shown that the mysterious celestial body entered Earth's atmosphere at a speed of 40 to 45 kilometers per second. Its mass was around 100,000 tons, with a diameter of about 30 meters. The explosion likely occurred in the air at an altitude of 5 to 10 kilometers. The total energy released during the explosion was about 20 megatons, 1,000 times more than the atomic bomb dropped by the Americans on Hiroshima in 1945. The shockwave felled trees over an area of 2,150 square kilometers. If we assume that an interstellar spacecraft entered the atmosphere at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, and its mass was roughly equal to that of the Tunguska meteorite, though it was likely greater, the energy released upon collision with Earth would have been 5 million times greater than the Tunguska explosion, equating to 5 billion Hiroshima bombs. Even if the ship's speed were halved or reduced by a third, possibly due to deceleration, the energy released would still be sufficient to obliterate everything in its path. At the same time, earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis buried the remains beneath a 100-meter thick layer of water and earth. Historical accounts of the event allow us to conclude that a burning interstellar spacecraft entered Earth's atmosphere over Europe during the day, streaked across Central America at dawn, and fell into the Pacific Ocean at night near the islands of Oceania. The shockwave's strength was so immense and the tsunami so high that in the South American Andes, at altitudes of 4,200 meters, geologists discovered traces of marine sediments. In the same area, some ruins at Tiahuanaco, at an elevation of 3,800 meters, were covered by a 2-meter layer of mud. The water in Lake Titicaca nearby is slightly salty. Studies show that the fish and crustaceans inhabiting it belong more to the marine type than to freshwater species. And in the northern regions of Alaska and Siberia, the remains of a vast number of large animals, including many intact mammoth carcasses, have been found. In the La Brea tar pits near Los Angeles, thousands of prehistoric animals and plants perished in a single moment. Among the excavated creatures are bison, horses, camels, sloths, mammoths, mastodons, and no fewer than 700 saber-toothed tigers. The remains found at La Brea, broken, crushed, deformed, and mixed into a homogeneous mass, clearly indicate a sudden and catastrophic event. The tremendous force of the explosion vaporized vast amounts of water in the Pacific Ocean, cloaking the sky with clouds and obscuring the sun globally. Earth was plunged into cold darkness, with massive regions in the northern hemisphere, from the Urals to the Cordilleras, becoming ice-covered. There was no region on Earth untouched by the impact of earthquakes, fires, or floods. However, the areas adjacent to the Pacific Ocean bore the brunt of the disaster, encompassing Asia up to the Ural Mountains, the Himalayas, and the Caucasus, as well as all of Oceania, Australia, Africa's east coast, and Alaska. No living organism survived in these areas. The Andes and Cordilleras Mountains provided some protection for the American continent, acting as a shield. From their spacecraft, the Anunnaki watched the events on Earth with horror. Like cowardly dogs, the gods cowered near the outer wall. Ishtar screamed, like a woman in labor, "The days of old are gone forever." And the Anunnaki, standing beside her, wept. Their faces were sorrowful, and they sat together, their lips tightly pressed. Ishtar's cries tore at her soul, and her heart ached with grief. The gods sat beside her, weeping, huddling together like sheep. Their lips were parched from thirst, and their stomachs ached with hunger. The Mother Goddess herself was shaken by what was happening on Earth. The Mother Goddess sat and wept. "My creations are like small insects, their bodies swept away like helpless bumblebees by raging torrents, their seed drowned by the furious sea." She cried out, "Shall I hurry to the heavens, to dwell in the blessed home where Anu, our Lord, commanded us to flee?" The Anunnaki were in despair. Everything they had built over millennia was destroyed in an instant. Mines were flooded, factories and energy sources demolished, and communication with the center severed. Worst of all, their prospects were bleak, and the chance of returning home was minimal. Would the center send another ship for them? When the Anunnaki approached the Earth's surface in their craft, through the grey haze, they could barely make out the endless lakes of water, swamps, and bare rocks sticking out of the water. Only the mountains remained in their timeless silence. The Anunnaki were forced to land at Teotihuacan, high in the mountains. Occasionally, the sun broke through the clouds, drying the 2-meter layer of mud. Legends claim that Teotihuacan's buildings were constructed overnight after the flood, and that they were built by giants of an unknown race. To feed the surviving Anunnaki, including those remaining in orbit, it was necessary to immediately begin agricultural work themselves. Soon, abundant harvests were being gathered in the highlands. Currently, only a few farming families can sustain themselves on the Bolivian plateau. However, in ancient times, this barren, wind-swept area was transformed into an oasis. Archaeologists discovered remnants of so-called raised fields here, which protected crops from frost and allowed for fantastic yields. Experiments have shown that this ancient technology was significantly more productive than current methods. As soon as the Igigi reported that a suitable settlement area was available in the foothills of the Himalayan mountains, the Anunnaki immediately moved there and established their headquarters, with some sent to the foothills of the Cedar Mountains in Lebanon, closer to oil. Reconstruction of the oil refinery, power generation facilities, and the communications center, along with its computing complex, began. We must consider that in this context, the term immediately could span several hundred years, depending primarily on how quickly the ground dried out in Mesopotamia. All remaining resources and specific blocks from the orbital station were used to restore the technology. Finally, the House of Communications became operational, and information was sent through the orbital station back to the center. Interestingly, many Anunnaki were left with nothing to do after the essential facilities were restored. The tasks they had engaged in for millennia were not to be reconstructed. Disputes arose within the Anunnaki ranks over future actions, eventually escalating into armed conflicts between clans. Myths describe wars fought with energy weapons, rockets, and flying machines. The factions included Enlil and Enki and their descendants, Osiris and Set, Horus and Set, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, Indra and Vritra, and their use of energy weapons, rockets, and flying machines. Ninurta eventually won, entered the Akur, and destroyed everything there. The inter-clan wars led to significant losses in equipment. Judging by the Anunnaki's subsequent actions, long-distance communication systems were destroyed, and many critical nodes in the computing equipment could not be restored. The House of Communications lost power and could only control local devices. Receiving signals and transmitting them within the solar system became impossible. The Great Sphinx, this giant statue, with the body of a lion and the head of a human, gazes eastward from Egypt. Carved from a limestone monolith, it is 72 meters long, 11.5 meters wide at the shoulders, and 20 meters high. The Sphinx of Giza guards the approaches to the pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure. According to one legend, the face of the Sphinx is that of Pharaoh Khafre. Another legend claims the Sphinx represents the god Horus, watching as the sun, his father Ra, rises over the horizon. Over the centuries, the Sphinx's body was repeatedly buried in sand. The most famous clearance was conducted by Pharaoh Thutmose IV. During the Islamic period, the desert covered the Sphinx up to its neck, leaving only its enigmatic face, 5 meters high, above the surface. Near one of the pyramids, said Abdel Latif in the 12th century, there is a colossal head peering out of the earth. It is called Abul Hol. In the 14th century, Al-Makrizi recorded that a man named Saim al-Dar vandalized the face of Abul Hol, leaving it in this state until modern times. When speaking of the Sphinx, the ancient Egyptians often used the Haranian word Hawl, but they knew it by many other names as well. For example, Hu, or Horus Akhet, meaning Horus on the horizon. The Sphinx was also frequently called Sesh Ach Atum, the living image of Atum, referring to Atum Ra. It is believed that the Sphinx was built by Khafra around 2000 BC. However, Boston scientist Robert Schoch observed the deep vertical grooves and undulating horizontal channels seen both on the Sphinx and on the walls of the surrounding trench as a textbook example of what happens to limestone structures after several thousand years of rainfall. Only water, specifically in the form of precipitation, could produce the erosion pattern we observe. Wind erosion produces a different profile, which includes horizontally grooved channels with sharp edges, resulting from increased wear of softer stone layers. Under no circumstances does it create vertical grooves, which are particularly noticeable on the trench walls. Responsibility for the Sphinx's erosion lies with rainwater, not flooding, said Schoch. John West and paleoclimatologists suggest that erosion of this type could only have occurred before 7000 BC, when the climate was entirely different. Thus, Khufu did not build this monument. The Anunnaki did. The ancient Egyptians saw the Sphinx as a guardian, protecting the entrance to Duat. Later, it became traditional to adorn the entrances of castles and palaces with statues of sphinxes or lions. But these stone carvings are only a distant imitation of the great and mighty Sphinx. So what did the Anunnaki intend to convey to humanity by erecting the Sphinx in front of the Great Pyramids? For answers, let us turn to Egyptian mythology and seek to understand the great idea of the Anunnaki. In ancient mythology, gods were grouped into triads of three. At the head of each triad was a demiurge, a creator of all things. Around this triad, other gods gathered, and legends about the universal order of life formed. Initially, the Memphis triad of gods, Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nefertum, was widely revered, followed by the Theban triad, Amun, Mut, and Khonsu. Sekhmet was depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness. According to legend, Sekhmet was the cause of the Great Flood, which her father, the sun god Ra, had to unleash to cool her insane actions. We will come to this in a moment. The center of Sekhmet's cult was Memphis, but her worship spread throughout Egypt. Soon the great Ennead of gods from Heliopolis, which eventually became revered throughout Egypt, gained prominence. According to the Heliopolitan version of creation, initially there was chaos, the cold cosmic ocean of none, a boundless and empty space. The first god, self-created from none, was Atum, who began creating the world. He fertilized himself and spat out Shu, the god of air and wind. Shu was followed by the goddess of moisture, Tefnut, who became Shu's wife. Their union brought fertility to nature. Shu and Tefnut had children, Geb and Nut. Geb, the god of earth, protected the living and the dead. Nut was the goddess of the sky, governing the stars. Their children were Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. Thus, the great Ennead of gods came to rule the world and Egypt. Ra was equated with the creator god, Atum. In Heliopolitan mythology, Sekhmet holds a special place as Ra's daughter, his fierce eye, and Ptah's wife. Sekhmet destroys the enemies of Ra and Osiris, Set, Apophis, and others. She guards the pharaoh, standing beside him in battle, casting enemies at his feet. Sekhmet is the goddess of war and the scorching sun. Her weapons are arrows that pierce hearts and emit flames. Her name means powerful. The hot desert winds were considered her fiery breath. Her appearance instilled terror in her enemies, and the fire of her breath destroyed everything. She wielded magical power, spreading fear everywhere. Enemies became her prey. Fearsome and devoid of mercy, the goddess protected her great father, the sun god Ra, from evil demons and punished humanity for its sins. Sekhmet's wrath brought drought, epidemics, pestilence, and war. She was often identified with Tefnut and Hathor, as well as with goddesses Bast, Wadjet, Mut, and others. When people rebelled, the aging sun god Ra decided to punish the rebels, wiping out most of humanity. Sekhmet, the raging lioness who spewed fire, carried out the sentence. She attacked people, mercilessly tearing them apart and staining the desert with blood. Terrified, people fled up the great river, pursued by the goddess who slaughtered them ruthlessly. This bloodshed continued unhindered until Ra decided to intervene and spare the lives of the few remaining. His intervention came in the form of a flood. Driven by thirst, Sekhmet drank the water and then fell asleep. When she awoke, her lust for destruction was gone, and peace returned to the ravaged earth. The Sphinx, a lion with a human head, and Sekhmet, a woman with a lioness head, are inverted reflections of the same design, intended to convey to human consciousness the immense scale of the catastrophe that befell Earth during the Great Flood. A sea of torn bodies and torrents of water from all directions. The ancient Egyptians called the Sphinx Sesh-em-ach Atum, the living image of Atum, referring to Atum Ra. Sekhmet was the daughter of Ra and the living embodiment of Atum Ra. Sekhmet and the Sphinx are symbols of terror, reminding people of what could happen if they disobey. Sekhmet and the Sphinx embody the Great Flood. The lion, Sphinx, was chosen by the Anunnaki not only to declare their power, but to suggest that the earthly lion is connected to the celestial zodiac sign. It was during the age of Leo that the Great Flood occurred. This began in the 11th millennium BC, when the sun rose in the east, in the constellation Leo on the vernal equinox. New York City Police Department forensic expert Frank Domingo meticulously compared the Sphinx's face with that of the statue of Khafre in the Cairo Museum. He concluded that the Sphinx was never meant to depict Khafre. It's a different race altogether. For the Anunnaki, this monument also had another meaning. Judging by the statue's dimensions, the lion's calm, graceful posture, ready to restore order at any moment, the regal bearing and head position, and the philosopher's face, the Sphinx embodies the ruler of the center, the great prince of heaven, Andar-Ishard Gal. The Sphinx symbolizes greatness, power, wisdom, and universal authority. In the 8th to 7th millennium BC, when the Anunnaki were in such dire straits, they drew strength from worshipping him while awaiting a response. A truce between Anunnaki clans was signed when a response from the center arrived. Overall, it was optimistic. Leadership is considering constructing a new ship and preparing a new expedition to Earth. These words were enough to rekindle the desire to fight for their lives once again. This event took place at the beginning of the 7th millennium BC. At the General Council of the Anunnaki, a strategic plan for construction projects was adopted, which needed to be implemented to prepare for the arrival and landing of the interstellar ship, along with a program of cooperative actions. The Earth was divided among the clans. The victorious Enlil, Horus, and Thoth were given territories in Mesopotamia, Europe, the Mediterranean, and Central America, which were better developed and less devastated by the Great Flood. At the same time, the defeated Set and Enki received near-lifeless expanses in Asia and Africa. Each clan received the right to govern its territory as it saw fit. Enki divided the African continent among his 6 sons. The program noted that, given the lack of necessary equipment, several 100,000 skilled workers would be required to complete the work. When, after the Great Flood, the waters receded from the earth and the ground began to dry, the Anunnaki landed on Mount Nisir, Mountain of Salvation. The ship of Ziusudra also arrived there. Enlil, upon seeing that the seed of mankind had not perished, became enraged, but Enki convinced him that this would be to their benefit. The gods, he said, could no longer exist on Earth without the help of man. The first stage aimed to drastically increase the planet's population. The plan involved the forced training of forest people in agricultural practices. Later, within a few generations, knowledge would be passed to those showing interest in farming. The Cedar foothills were chosen as the initial experimental training base. The experience gained there was later utilized in the Upper Nile region. Forest people were captured and placed in reservations. Here, the structure of a large settlement was established. Some became guards, others overseers, executioners, or chiefs. The rest were required to obey all commands without question. The forest people found the forced labor in the fields difficult to endure. Only after several generations, when the forest became foreign to the young people, did their participation in fieldwork become more active and productive. While Enlil and Ninurta passed on agricultural skills to the people of Earth, Enki taught them animal husbandry. Animal husbandry arose after humans began to cultivate grain. And then Enki said to Enlil, "Enlil, the grain and flocks on the holy hill prospered and have multiplied excellently. Let us, Enki and Enlil, raise the sheep that give wool and the grain that multiplies on the holy hill everywhere." Enlil agreed, and times of abundance began. Into the sheepfold was placed the creature that gives wool. Grain that yields crops was sown into the earth. A place for planting was cleared. The yoke and plough were given to the workers, and the creature that gives wool and the cultivated grains began to flourish in abundance. Times of sufficiency arrived for the assembled people. After drainage work in Mesopotamia, the cultivation of lowlands became possible, and the Anunnaki brought down grain from the mountains, and the land of Sumer began to produce barley and wheat. In the settlements, rules of conduct for different population groups and their relationships were developed, which then became rigid laws for all residents. When the earth dried in the valleys, Osiris set out on long journeys with his disciples to teach forest people around the world the arts of agriculture and animal husbandry. Knowledge spread across the planet in waves, and agricultural centers began to appear on the Anatolian Plateau, in the Balkans, and in the foothills of the Caucasus and Hindu Kush. Based on recent archaeological discoveries, we can assert that Osiris arrived in Central America after the training period in the Near East was completed. The 5th millennium BC marked the spread of agriculture in the river valleys of the Danube, Indus, Yellow River, and Black Sea regions. According to expert estimates, the population of Earth at this time was between 8 and 10 million. The Anunnaki as enlighteners. Osiris brought gifts of civilization to his people, taught them useful crafts, ended cannibalism and human sacrifices, and granted them the first code of laws. He never forced the barbarians to accept his laws. Instead, he preferred discussion and appealed to their common sense. Osiris was remembered primarily as a benefactor of humanity, an enlightener, and a great leader and civilizer. Among his accomplishments were introducing Egyptians to agriculture, especially the cultivation of wheat and barley. He also organized a series of large-scale construction and hydraulic projects. He built canals with sluices and regulators. He raised riverbanks and took measures to prevent the Nile from overflowing. He specifically taught humanity viticulture and winemaking, including grape harvesting and wine storage. In addition to promoting a healthy lifestyle to his Egyptian subjects, Osiris helped them free themselves from miserable and barbaric customs by giving them a code of laws and the worship of gods. After putting everything in order, Osiris handed over the kingdom to Isis. Osiris left Egypt for many years, embarking on a journey around the world with the sole intention of visiting all inhabited lands and teaching mankind to cultivate grapevines, wheat, and barley. For he hoped that if he could inspire people to abandon savagery and adopt a noble way of life, he would gain immortal fame for his great benevolence. The ancient Egyptians remembered and revered Thoth as the inventor of mathematics, astronomy, and technology. According to Wallace Budge, the Egyptians believed it was his will and energy that kept the forces of heaven and earth in balance. It was his great knowledge of celestial mechanics that enabled proper use of the laws upon which the universe is founded and by which it develops. Thoth was also credited with teaching the Egyptians the arts of geometry and land surveying, medicine, and botany. He was considered the inventor of numbers, letters, reading, and writing. He was the great lord of magic, who authored works across all domains of knowledge, both human and divine. His renowned wisdom and understanding of the heavens were preserved in the teachings of Thoth, which were zealously guarded in temples and passed down through generations in the form of 42 volumes of instructions. Thoth was considered a deity who understands the mysteries of all that lies beneath the heavens and who could bestow wisdom upon the chosen. It was said that he recorded his knowledge in secret books and hid them in various places on earth, hoping that future generations would seek them out, but that only the worthy would find and use their discoveries for humanity's benefit. Local legends assert that the roads and sophisticated architecture found in Peru were the work of white, red-haired people who lived thousands of years earlier. Viracocha was accompanied by two types of emissaries, loyal warriors and radiant beings. Their mission was to convey the divine message to every part of the world. They could walk on water as easily as on land. White, red-haired and bearded, Viracocha was a scholar and sorcerer with formidable weapons, who appeared during a time of chaos to bring order to the world. He taught people how to live. He was a teacher, healer, scientist, architect, sculptor, and engineer. Before his arrival, legends say, people lived in total disorder. Many walked naked like savages. They had no houses or shelters except caves, and they roamed in search of food. Viracocha changed all that and ushered in a golden age. On the steep slopes of ravines, he created terraces and fields with retaining walls. He also built irrigation canals. He healed the sick and restored sight to the blind. He introduced medicine, metallurgy, agriculture, animal husbandry, complex technical foundations, construction and writing, which the Incas later said had been forgotten. He conducted his work of civilization with great kindness, and whenever possible, avoided using force. Benevolent teachings and personal example were the main methods he used. When French archaeologist Bandelier began excavations in Peru, these legends were still alive, and he recorded the following. In ancient times, Peru was populated by people resembling Europeans who married local women, and their children became the Incas. Inca Garcilaso questioned his royal uncle about Peru's early history. The uncle replied, "Nephew, I will gladly answer your question. What I tell you, keep forever in your heart. Know that in ancient times, this entire area you are familiar with was covered with forests and thickets, and people lived like wild animals, without religion, without government, without cities or houses, without farming or clothing, for they did not know how to make fabrics to sew garments. They lived in twos or threes in caves or clefts in the rocks, in grottos underground. They ate turtles and roots, fruits and human flesh. They covered their bodies with leaves and animal skins. They lived like beasts, and with women they behaved as animals, for they did not know how to live with one woman." De Leon adds to Garcilaso's account, "Shortly after this, a tall white man appeared who held great authority. They say he taught people in many settlements how to live properly. Everywhere they called him by the same name, Tiki Viracocha. And in his honor they built temples and erected statues." The Aztecs admitted that their entire body of knowledge was inherited in one piece from the god-king Quetzalcoatl and his companions, who were the first inhabitants of this land, the first to arrive in the Valley of Mexico, and the first to plant the seed of humanity in this land. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was the Mexican god of light. He arrived from across the sea in a boat that sailed by itself without oars. He was a fair-haired, rosy-cheeked man of sturdy build, with a high forehead, large eyes, and a long beard. He condemned sacrifices except for fruits and flowers, and was known as the God of Peace. This man taught people how to use fire for cooking food. He also built houses and taught families to live together as husband and wife. Quetzalcoatl is credited with inventing an improved calendar. He brought all the crafts and sciences necessary for civilized life to Mexico, ushering in a golden age. He was a brilliant builder who taught people the secrets of stone masonry and architecture. He was the father of mathematics, metallurgy, and astronomy. It was also said that he measured the earth. He was the ancestor of productive agriculture and discovered and introduced corn, the basis of life in this region. A great healer, he was the patron of healers and sorcerers, and the one who revealed the mysterious properties of plants. Moreover, he was revered as a lawgiver and the patron of crafts and arts. He was a teacher who taught not to harm any creature, and that if sacrifices were to be made, they should be of birds and butterflies, not people. His cult was filled with mysteries associated with the afterlife. It was said that he undertook a journey to the other side and returned to tell people about it. He ruled during a distant Golden Age and came to Mexico from a faraway land with a group of followers. Mexican legends say that the enlightened and benevolent rule of the feathered serpent was ended by Tezcatlipoca, an evil god whose name translates as smoking mirror and whose cult demanded human sacrifices. Quetzalcoatl, it was said, voluntarily locked himself in a stone box for 4 days, after which he rose and went to the heavenly shore of divine waters. There, he stopped, shouted, tore off his clothes, and adorned himself with feathers. Having dressed up, he took fire to himself and burned himself. They say that after he burned, all the ash flew up at once, and after his death, rare birds gathered. After 8 days, a great star called Quetzalcoatl appeared. One of the greatest mysteries of Central American history lies in the fact that the Aztecs, for whom human sacrifices were commonplace, revered this peaceful Quetzalcoatl, the protector of all life, and honored him in every possible way, always speaking respectfully of his peacefulness and mercy. They believed that he, along with his followers, had been expelled from Mexico long ago, but would someday return, arriving by boat from the west. They also believed that Quetzalcoatl would punish them for performing human sacrifices and restore the golden age of peace and prosperity in which he ruled in a mythical past. Scholars have shown that the Maya, neighbors of the Aztecs, migrated from other regions. The Maya themselves say that their ancestors came twice. The first time was the largest migration from across the ocean from the east, led by Itzamna. Another, smaller group came from the west, with Kukulkan among them. South of the Maya and the Soque lived the Quiche of Guatemala, culturally close to the Maya. From their sacred book, the Popol Vuh, we learn that their people were also familiar with a traveler passing through their lands. The Quiche called him Gucumatz. This white-bearded god traveled from the shores of Yucatan through Central and South America to the coast of Peru and sailed westward toward Polynesia. The god Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, was considered a great organizer, city founder, author of laws, and creator of the calendar. The Maya knew where their knowledge came from. They said it came to them from the first people. North of the Inca Empire, in the mountains of Colombia, lived the Chibcha, another mysterious people who reached a high level of culture by the time the Spaniards arrived. Their legends also contain references to a white teacher named Bochica. His description matches that given by the Incas. He ruled them for many years and was also called Sua, meaning sun in local dialects. He came to them from the east. To the east of the Chibcha region, in Venezuela and nearby areas, scientists have again encountered evidence of a mysterious traveler. He was called Tsuma, and it was said that he taught them agriculture. According to one legend, he instructed all the people to gather around a tall rock, on which he stood and gave them laws and guidance. After living with the people for a time, he left them. North of Colombia and Venezuela, in the area of the present-day Panama Canal, live the Cuna Indians. They have a legend that after a great flood, someone arrived who taught people various crafts. He was accompanied by several young companions who spread his teachings. A traveler heading west from the Yucatan must pass through the Tzeltal region in the jungles of Tabasco. Local legends tell of Wotan, who came from the Yucatan. The well-known scholar of American myths, Brinton, notes that few myths about folk heroes have inspired as many stories as the myth of Wotan. In ancient times, Wotan came from the east. He was sent by the gods to divide the land, allocate it to human races, and give each a unique language. The land he came from was called Valum Wotan. When Wotan arrived in Tzeltal, the people were in a pitiful state. He distributed his people among villages, who taught them to cultivate crops and use hieroglyphic writing, samples of which remained on the walls of their temples. It is also said that he wrote his own history there. The myth ends quite strangely. When the time for his sad departure finally arrived, he did not leave through the valley of death as all mortals do, but went through a cave into the underworld. In fact, the mysterious Wotan did not go underground, but to the Sok Plateau, where he took the name Kondoi. The Sok, whose mythology is almost unknown, were neighbors of the Tseltal people. According to their legend, a godfather taught them how to live. They too did not believe he died. Instead, they thought he left, clad in a light golden robe, through a cave and then went on to other peoples. Fragmentary legends about the settlement of Easter Island by 7 wise men contain elements reminiscent of the Edfu building texts. In both legends, the gods initially lived on an island. For the Easter Islanders, this was the island of Hiva. For the ancient Egyptians, it was the island of the primordials. In both cases, the home island was destroyed by a violent storm, and flood so powerful that it obliterated the sacred land, and its divine inhabitants perished. Both accounts tell of the gods of the former land drowning in the waters, although some escaped on boats and eventually arrived in a new country where they settled. In both cases, the gods guided them on their way, along with scribes, architects, and astronomers. The scribes were tasked with preserving sacred texts recorded on 67 wooden tablets. The script on the Rongorongo tablets is noteworthy for its quite rare and curious writing style called inverted boustrophodon. In this writing style, each line, upon reaching the edge of the tablet, continues on to the next, but is turned upside down. This means that to read the text, one must rotate the tablet at the end of each line. There is no doubt that these texts were written by experts, and they are not simply manuscripts, but a kind of artwork. According to oral traditions collected on Easter Island, the knowledge of how to read and write Rongorongo was passed down from generation to generation and was taught in a special school in Anakena until 1862, when slave traders took the last Maoris Kohau Rongo away. This event broke the link to the past that had tied the people of Easter Island to their heritage. Father Sebastian Englert, a Bavarian Capuchin monk and archaeologist who lived on Easter Island for over 30 years, clearly articulated the issue. Written languages, where they exist, almost always result from large communities and complex cultures with a substantial amount of information that needs recording. They emerge out of necessity and are therefore unusual for small and isolated groups. It is entirely improbable that writing would have been needed by the tiny community of Easter Island, or that these people would have created it in a perfect form all at once. Nonetheless, no external source for the script has yet been found. The name of the Egyptian sun god, Ra, frequently appears in connection with the sacred architecture of Easter Island, its mythic past and its cosmology. The word Ra'ai in the language of Easter Island inhabitants means sun. The fourth son of the god king Hotumatua was named Rea, from whom the Ra clan descended. The syllable Ra is present in the names of the island's 3 main lakes, located in craters, Rano Kau, Rano Aroi, and Rano Raraku. Matarani, a common expression on Easter Island and in other Polynesian languages, means eye of the sky. Phonetically and semantically, the expression Matarani closely resembles the ancient Egyptian Mat Ra, which essentially means eye of the sun. In ancient Egypt, the word Ah, or Ahu, means made of light, radiant, or transformed spirit. On Easter Island, Aku means supernatural spirit. The full title of divine kings, followers of Horus, who ruled the Nile Valley thousands of years ago, was Ahu Shem Suhor. In the ancient Egyptian book of What is in Duat, it is said that the initiate must stand with the gods who stand, Ahau, who were allegedly 9 cubits tall, about 6 meters. Linguistics has revealed similarities among 7 types of ancient pictographic scripts: ancient Indian, ancient Chinese, Sumerian, ancient Egyptian, Cretan, Olmec, and Oceanic. The last, preserved on Rapa Nui and known as Kohau Rongorongo, appears in a certain sense to be the root system for the others. Apparently, all builders of that time used a common language and a simplified script similar to Kohau Rongorongo. On the isolated island, this script remained unchanged and uninfluenced by outside sources. The associates of Osiris were present in Eastern Europe and passed on their knowledge to local peoples. Tribes of the ancient Yamna and Tripoli cultures settled in the territory adjoining the northern coast of the Black Sea in the 4th millennium BC. The existence of the Tripoli culture is divided into 3 periods, differing in levels of urbanization, agricultural development, pottery making, and decoration techniques. The middle period of the Tripoli culture, from 3600 to 3160 BC, is marked by the emergence of large settlements surrounded by defensive walls and water-filled ditches. In these settlements, 2-story houses were built, and excavations revealed stone workshops and copper tools. The Tripoli people living in this region reflected their views of natural phenomena, the change of day and night, and the seasons in pottery decoration. The diversity of patterns is striking, including depictions of slanting rain, crop shoots guarded by sacred dogs, and the sun, which was one of the main attributes of their agricultural cult. By the end of the 4th millennium BC, the Tripoli culture reached a high level of development. This is evidenced by the construction of defensive structures around settlements and the existence of a widespread religious cult of Mother Nature, Eridu, whose statuettes are found throughout the area where Tripoli cultures spread. The sun god Ra, whose presence is seen everywhere, has also survived in the toponyms of rivers, settlements, and Slavic words. The sun god Ra was the most revered of the supreme gods, so our ancestors named the most sacred and important things in life after him. The Volga River in ancient times was called Ra, as attested by Claudius Ptolemy and the Veles book, the oldest written source of Rus. Many names in the Volga region retain a connection to the river's former name: Samara, Saratov, Sizran, Astrakhan, and Sarai, for example. A great river is also mentioned in the Avesta, where the territory of the upper Ranha, Ra River, is identified as the land of the Aryans, before they migrated to Persia and India. Linguistic studies of Indo-European languages by a group of scholars have revealed a resemblance between a large group of root words in Slavic languages, with the names of Egyptian gods and the names of ritual objects and phenomena associated with their cult. Here are a few examples of words formed on the root syllable Ra. Scholars deciphered their original meanings based on Egyptian terminology concepts. The word paradise, Re in Russian, implies Re-I-A, meaning Ra is I. It can be assumed that the ancient aspiration toward paradise was understood as a desire to create a god within oneself. To reach paradise, meaning to become equal to the gods. The ancients said, "God is within you. Love God as yourself, know yourself, and you will know God." The debate about the name Russia has continued for a long time. Russia, Rus, Rasseya, Russia, Rosh, all these names derive from Ra, meaning that the country and people were identified initially with Ra, and the people were Rassayski, because Russia is Ra plus Esa, meaning sons of Ra, or Ra plus Shah for light of Ra. Interestingly, at least one other people, the Serbs, bear the name Ra. Until recently, Serbia was known as Rashka, the Kingdom of Rashka. The word slave means creation of God, or adherent of Ra. Most likely, the Slavs called themselves slaves, meaning servants of God. Later, this word came to mean servant, bondsman, slave, and then Slav. The word rainbow means Ra plus ark, God's ark. Radunitsa is Ra Plag's day, day of Ra, or day of honoring Ra and ancestors who have passed on to him. To give birth means Ra's harvest. Words such as rule, right, truth, righteous, and correct all relate to meanings of truth, divine order, etc. Another argument supporting the hypothesis that the Anunnaki and their helpers from Egypt were present in the Black Sea and Dniester regions is the kurgans of the Russian steppes. Archaeologist Harold Nikolaevich Matushin wrote, Cairn mounds are remnants of complex structures similar to the pyramids of Egypt. Large burial structures appeared over 5,000 years ago. These structures, built from wood and earth, once resembled pyramids in appearance. The wood has decayed, and the earth has collapsed, leaving only mounds up to 200 meters in diameter from the monumental structures. Kurgans are no less complex architectural structures than pyramids, but their architecture is less studied because most of them were destroyed in ancient times. Kurgans were built to expedite the souls of deceased kings into space from where they had come. For the ancient inhabitants of the Dnieper and Black Sea regions, the journey of the dead from the grave to the heavens was of cosmic nature and was prompted by the calendar cycle. Drawings on stones from a Dnieper kurgan depict the transition of three eras. The Red Bull, Taurus, follows a pair of dogs, the Great and Small Dogs, or Gemini, who chase away the Black Boar, Cancer. This proves that as early as the 3rd millennium BC, the system of designating epochs with zodiac signs was in use among the Tripoli and Yamna people. The drawing explained that the Taurus era began after the Gemini era, which had replaced the Cancer era. All ancient civilizations, the Harappan, Sumerian, Egyptian, Chinese, Black Sea, Mesoamerican and South American civilizations, appeared almost simultaneously on our planet from the 4th millennium BC to the end of the 3rd millennium BC. The theory of a unified center from which culture migrated to all regions of Earth was partially accurate. However, this cultural cradle was not a single, highly developed people ahead of the rest of the world, but rather a center composed of a group of Anunnaki who transmitted specific knowledge to humans over several centuries. The end of the 5th millennium BC marked a significant increase in Anunnaki activity. Apparently, they received information like this: the Supreme Council of the Center has decided to send a ship on an expedition to Earth. Preparations should be made for its arrival 1,800 years from the time this message was received. To implement the construction plans, the Anunnaki needed not only laborers, but also hundreds of thousands of skilled specialists: accountants, supervisors, overseers, surveyors, agronomists, masons, land surveyors, scribes, interpreters, pilots, teachers, and lawyers. The country of Sumer was aptly called the land of guardians and overseers. A vast army of students and teachers needed food, clothing, housing, protection from animal and barbarian attacks, and a system to combat epidemics, rodents, snakes, and insects. All of this was organized by the Anunnaki. Students were trained from a young age to obey and strictly follow the rules and instructions developed by the Anunnaki. No personal willfulness was allowed. Mathematics was taught as applied science for astronomy, construction, and navigation within the frameworks of plane and solid geometry. Most of the cuneiform tablets in the schools contained problems with calculating angles and areas of various shapes, along with their solutions. As construction practices show, students mastered geometry and spherical trigonometry with aplomb. The main subject in Sumerian schools was astronomy, and those who delved into its deepest secrets became astrologers or priests. To facilitate learning and orientation in the starry sky, the Anunnaki divided the sky into sections and represented groups of the brightest stars visible from Earth as easily recognizable images. The paradox of the star map lies in the fact that Earth's star map has existed for thousands of years in a single version. To the surprise of many, the author or authors working in a unified style and time frame managed to depict a star map not only of the northern, but also the southern hemisphere. Although it might seem straightforward to create such a map, the task proved remarkably complex, as it required depicting thousands of stars visible to the naked eye in understandable symbols and images. This complexity discouraged anyone from attempting to create their own star map. Moreover, it was essential to highlight important celestial processes associated with the sun and planets and link them to these constellations. Thus, the 12 zodiac signs and all modern astronomical concepts emerged, including a full spherical circle of 360 degrees, the zenith, horizon, celestial sphere, axes, poles, ecliptic, equinox points, and precession. It was determined that the Sun shifts along the ecliptic to one of the 12 zodiac constellations every 2,160 years. In the middle of the 5th millennium BC, the Sun was in the constellation of Taurus. Taurus, the bull, Velis, Apis, Mithra, became the embodiment of the Sun during this period and the most revered animal throughout the Middle East, Egypt, India, and the Black Sea region. The Sun remained in the constellation of Taurus until 2300 BC, after which the symbol of Aries became sacred. From 2300 BC to 140 BC, the Sun rose in Aries on the spring equinox, March 21st. In the Christian era, the sacred symbol was Pisces. Professor Alfred Jeremias established that ancient Mesopotamian astronomers were well aware of the phenomena and cause behind the seemingly unusual trajectories of planets across the celestial sphere. He also noted that texts with ephemeris calculations contain numerous technical terms whose meanings remain entirely unclear. Sumerian life was strictly regulated. The Anunnaki, upon noticing deviations from the established order, required individuals, including legal governors, to return to the starting point and redo everything from scratch. Thus, a process of accelerated training and refinement of the desired algorithm of actions took place, cultivating skills and craftsmanship. Parents passed their accumulated knowledge to their children, who continued to hone their abilities to perfection. Settlements grew, all under the dominion of the Anunnaki. Sumerians believed humans were created to serve the gods. Their duty was to provide food and drink for the gods, increase their wealth, and build temples for the deities. When death comes and a person can no longer serve the gods, the body becomes unnecessary, turns into a shadow, and goes to the land of no return. No one can escape fate or avoid what is destined for them. To ensure the gods bestow long life and fortune, one must serve them loyally and diligently, carrying out their orders. In settlements, one of the supreme Anunnaki would construct his temple, marking the settlement as the center, the city of that Anunnaki, and the people, his slaves, had to pray and request that the Anunnaki would be benevolent to him. Thus, polytheism, the religion of multiple deities, emerged. The Anunnaki began the great construction project by building brick houses for residents of all classes. The Anunnaki, interested in rapid population growth, created fairly decent living conditions for each family to raise children as future labor resources. Let us recall Sumerian customs and lifestyle rules. We will call them the family code. If a wife was barren, the husband could send her back to her parents' house with a dowry. Or, without divorcing, he could take a second wife into the household. Instead of a new wife, the practice of taking a concubine became established in Sumer. After giving birth to a child, this woman became free. Daughters generally had equal inheritance rights with sons. Family members included not only children from the legal wife, but also from the concubine. Concerning adopted children, the law protected their interests. Adoption was widespread in Sumer. Families took in both foundlings and children willingly given up by poor parents. The Sumerian family code was created to assist in population growth and proper child upbringing, protecting children's rights regardless of gender. It is remarkable how well-organized family relationships were. In Mesopotamia, where rain was rare, houses were built of unbaked bricks, while in India, where heavy rains were frequent, fired bricks were used. The large settlement of Eridu emerged with its own temple, which was constantly expanded and enlarged. By the mid-4th millennium BC, it had reached monumental proportions. Temples were built according to specific designs worldwide, which explains the resemblance between the pyramids of Central America and the ziggurats of the Middle East. The Sumerian texts describe a secret meeting that led to the emergence of the great civilization of Sumer. The great Anunnaki, who determine fates, decided that the gods were too elevated for humans. The Anunnaki agreed it was necessary to give humans a kingdom which would act as an intermediary between them and the mortal population. At that time, there was no kingdom on earth. The gods ruled the land. But the Great Council decided to change this and grant humans a kingdom. All Sumerian sources agree that the first royal city was Kish. People chosen by Enlil for kingship received the title Lugal, strong man. According to the Sumerian king list, after the global flood, kingship began in Kish. Then, the kingdom moved to Eanna. As confirmed by archaeologists, Uruk indeed started as a temple city, consisting of a sacred area where the first modest shrine of Anu, the White Temple, was built atop an artificial platform. This temple, as evidenced by the ruins of the city and its walls, remained the heart of Uruk even as the city grew and other temples appeared. Lower Mesopotamia has almost no mineral resources besides oil. Silver had to be brought from Asia Minor, copper from the regions of modern-day Turkey and Iran, tin from a processing plant in Tiwanaku, gold from Nubia, carnelian from the Indian subcontinent, and lapis lazuli from present-day Afghanistan. Sumerian ships traversed vast seas and oceans. Even the Nazca Desert turned into an oasis. Archaeologists have discovered that a city and port were built near the airstrip. In the sun-scorched fields, ancient peoples managed to harvest abundant crops. Tin ingots from Tiwanaku were transported by gliders down to the Nazca capital, Kawachi, then loaded onto ships and sent to copper-smelting factories to produce bronze. In Kawachi, residential buildings, administrative buildings, and structures related to religious cults were discovered. In the center of the settlement stood the so-called Great Temple, a 22-meter pyramid with several steps. At the top of the temple, as in ancient Central America, there was a small wooden chapel. The remains of the Great Palace, presumably the residence of the ruler of Nazca, have also been preserved. The city was divided into 6 large districts. Cleared residential districts indicate that this was a beautiful city with a population of several thousand people. Today, the 60-kilometer Nazca Plain is a lifeless area consisting only of sand. This land often does not see rain for years, and when rare rain does fall, it evaporates immediately upon contact with the hot, rocky ground. The rapid development of cities across many parts of the earth amazes and inspires. How little time was needed for humanity to move from caves or huts to comfortable brick homes. A network of irrigation canals turned regions into fertile lands. Enormous structures sprang up as desolate, flooded, or conversely arid and deserted areas transformed into blossoming gardens, fields, and meadows. Harappa's distinctive features. The differences between Harappa and other ancient civilizations are substantial. First of all, no serious weaponry has been found in Harappan territory, as if they neither waged wars nor defended themselves against attacks by wild tribes or animals. This phenomenon is paradoxical in human history and can only be explained by assuming the Anunnaki protected this territory with their own resources. Another unique feature of Harappa is its well-equipped dwellings, plumbing, sewage systems, ventilation, and bathing pools. No other civilization provided such comfortable living conditions for its population until the 17th century, when industrial societies were driven to create urban water supply and sewage systems due to environmental concerns. Harappan inhabitants were placed in particularly privileged conditions since they belonged to the highest caste of earthlings, close to the Anunnaki. Just as house servants of a landowner differed from ordinary peasants, so too did the Harappans, who served the supreme god. They were significantly more educated, skilled, and well-housed than the surrounding people. The Sumerians, the only witnesses who left records of Harappa, wrote that they enjoyed competing with them in various arts and they were excellent artisans. India was known for centuries as a land of gold and precious stones, and legends about its wealth drew pharaohs, kings, generals, and adventurers of all kinds. But surprisingly, India has no gold reserves except in South India, where gold deposits lie at a depth of 3.5 kilometers. The Harappans mined it in present-day Uzbekistan, transported it to the city of Mohenjo-Daro, and then shipped it to Eridu. When the Anunnaki left Earth, the Harappans continued mining and storing it in special vaults. These vaults were later discovered by the Aryans, who came to the Indus Valley in the 2nd millennium BC. Among the metal items found at the site were copper and bronze knives, sickles, chisels, saws, swords, shields, arrows, and spearheads. Gold was not widely used. It was later used to cover the domes of temples and Buddha statues. For the Harappans, gold was the metal of the gods, and it was likely only allowed for ritual objects or small ornaments. Another noteworthy feature of Harappa is the absence of temples, palaces, luxury, and grand tomb monuments in its cities. Harappa was a society of merchants and craftsmen, and the Anunnaki governed this state themselves, maintaining order without needing religious cults or sacrifices to instill fear and obedience in the residents. The Sumerians referred to Harappa as the land of Aratta, the land of cedars. To the Anunnaki, cedar was an extremely valuable species. Many villages in the Himalayan foothills of Punjab specialized in harvesting Himalayan cedar, which grows to enormous sizes of up to 50 meters in height and 3 meters in diameter. Cedar wood has a specific weight of 0.77, lighter than water, is durable and does not rot. Cedar was used by the Anunnaki for shipbuilding. All the inhabitants of the villages in the Himalayan foothills were engaged by the Anunnaki in cedar harvesting and transporting it down to the Indus River. From the mountains, cut cedar trunks were dragged to the nearest rivers and floated downstream. In cities like Harappa, logs were tied into rafts and transported further down to Mohenjo-daro. At that time, India's climate, especially in the northwest, was much more humid. The entire Indus basin was covered with forests. Baluchistan, which is almost waterless today, was once irrigated by full rivers, allowing sea vessels to ascend to Mohenjo-daro, which was a major transshipment point where timber was loaded onto cargo ships. Himalayan cedar was delivered to the city of Eridu, where shipyards built ships of all kinds. The Anunnaki valued cedar for its remarkable qualities, strength, lightness, and durability, and the entire fleet, primarily used for transporting heavy loads, was built from Himalayan and Lebanese cedar. Harappa may be indeed the land of the gods that has been sought for millennia by the people of Earth from generation to generation. In losing hope of finding it, many nations have named their own territories as such to claim precedence over others. Nations that have declared themselves the dwelling place of the gods include Greece, India, Egypt, Japan, China, Scandinavia, and even Oceania. But in reality, there is only one land of the supreme god, which today we call Harappa. Teotihuacan. 50 kilometers northeast of Mexico City, where high mountain ranges part to form a large and fertile valley, lie the ruins of Teotihuacan, the former capital of the oldest civilization in central Mexico. The Aztecs called the city the place where men become gods, or the place where the gods touch the earth. Strangely, though these names differ in form, they both convey the same meaning: flight. Teotihuacan is an airfield. Here, the gods, the Anunnaki, landed, touched the earth, and people who learned to pilot aerial vehicles became gods and ascended into the skies before the eyes of all mortals. Along the 4-kilometer Avenue of the Dead stand the pyramids of the Sun, Moon, and Quetzalcoatl, alongside 23 temples and palaces at equal distances from each other. Neither the grand size of the structures nor the highest precision of their construction are so essential for cult objects that one would expend the colossal efforts required, even from a purely technological standpoint, to achieve such astounding results. The architectural details alone can bewilder anyone. For example, the Teotihuacan pyramids contain a complete drainage system with waterways of unknown purpose. It was recently discovered that the Avenue of the Dead has waterproofing properties, meaning it can retain water. Mexican archaeologist Ignacio Marquina found that all Teotihuacan structures are aligned not precisely with the cardinal points, but with the axis of the Avenue of the Dead, which deviates about 17 degrees north of true west. Similarly aligned is the Pyramid of the Sun. There are grounds to suggest that the Avenue of the Dead was built in pre-flood times. The Avenue of the Dead at Teotihuacan was also precisely aligned with the east-west direction toward the North Pole as it existed before the Great Flood. The slip of Earth's crust, caused by the impact of an interstellar ship, resulted in the Great Flood and the 17-degree shift in the coordinates of all structures and continents. In those distant pre-flood times, the Anunnaki navigated by air with ground-based guidance systems, but these systems were destroyed during the Great Flood. Therefore, the Anunnaki had to build pyramids near the runway and a city to service the airport. From this central location in Mexico, the Anunnaki transported all of Central America's gold by air to Mesopotamia. The earliest Anunnaki structure, dating to the mid-4th millennium BC, is the Pyramid of the Sun, atop which stood the main city temple dedicated to the sun god. It is believed that at least 20,000 people worked on the pyramid's construction, which took about 30 years. At the peak of its prosperity, the city covered more than 18 square kilometers and had a population of 200,000. Pompeii is a small, nearly circular island with a diameter of about 20 kilometers. The island is almost entirely surrounded by coral reefs. To the southeast of the island lie the Temwen and Nan Madol Islands. The ruins of the enormous stone city of Nan Madol, often called the Venice of the Pacific by historians and archaeologists, were created on numerous artificial islands built from basalt blocks on the reef foundation and intersected by a network of canal streets. The largest structure, Nan Duwas, is aligned with the cardinal directions, with its entrance to the west. It is surrounded by two concentric walls, with a moat of seawater between the walls. At the center of Nan Duwas is a pyramidal mound. The walls, standing 7.6 meters high, are made of large basalt blocks, weighing up to 50 tons. At its center lies a semi-subterranean rectangular chamber, dug 1.5 meters deep and covered by basalt blocks weighing 5 tons. Surrounding Nan Duwas are canals dividing many artificial islands. German archaeologist Paul Hambruch conducted a thorough study of Nan Madol at the turn of the 20th century when Pompeii was a German colony. He mapped all 92 man-made islets covering a total area of 28 square kilometers. The artificial islets had a strict structure with water channels between them. Dozens of magnificent buildings and structures were built on these islets from large basalt logs, including temples, fortresses, small palaces, and artificial lakes. It is assumed that the giant basalt blocks, weighing between 500,000 and 750,000 tons, were transported over the mountains from a quarry in the north to the artificial islands. Nan Madol is not among the beautiful cities. There are no reliefs, sculptures, or frescoes. Cold, bare basalt blocks are stacked in rows, giving the architecture an almost Spartan appearance. Some Nan Madol structures extend underwater beyond the island. Local pearl divers claim to have seen roads, stone arches, ruined structures, monoliths covered in coral and shells, and farther in, a house of the dead, containing the sarcophagi of former rulers. The city observed on the lagoon floor may have been part of the land of Mu. The land of Mu was destroyed, and its cities submerged beneath the waters of the Pacific Ocean. Its distance from the continents, tropical climate, clear and warm seas, and coral reefs surrounding the island are the reasons why the Anunnaki chose this spot on Earth to build a city in pre-flood times. Back then, Pompeii served as a monitoring station, but in the post-flood period, it served a very different purpose. When the Anunnaki resumed their activities after the flood and began implementing the master plan of the Council of Gods, they constructed Nan Madol at Pompeii. The proximity to the ancient city was the main reason for establishing a new settlement, with the nearby reef serving as a common anchor point. During this period, the orbital station ceased to exist, and there was no longer a need for a monitoring station. However, an urgent need for more frequent rejuvenation treatments arose. The Anunnaki were aging, having been on Earth without medical treatment for several millennia, a period significantly exceeding the limits after which irreversible bodily changes would begin. All the Anunnaki required immediate treatment. Nan Madol was essentially transformed into a rejuvenation center for the Anunnaki. Thus, over an area of 2,850 hectares, amid paradise-like conditions, surrounded by tropical nature and caressed by warm ocean winds, large groups of Anunnaki restored their vitality here before the final phase of building the space complex. The civilization of the Anunnaki. The extensive activities of the Anunnaki across the planet compelled them to build pyramids and similar structures for navigation when landing their aerial craft, or as observatories to track the movement of the interstellar ships, and possibly for other critical but as yet unknown purposes. It turns out that Stonehenge is an ancient observatory that allowed the Anunnaki to track the calendar with remarkable accuracy, observing both the movements of the sun and planets along the ecliptic. Through detailed computer-aided mathematical analysis, Professor Hawkins demonstrated that Stonehenge's massive stone arches served as precise markers for fixing alignments to key horizon points, marking the major points of sunrise and sunset for the sun and moon during various stages of their movements along the celestial sphere. The 56 Aubrey holes, arranged in a perfect circle, 87.8 meters in diameter, at equal intervals, allowed for predictions of eclipses using 6 stones, 3 white and 3 black. Structures made from enormous stone slabs and blocks built in the Anunnaki era still stand across Southeast Asia, India, Iran, Syria, Palestine, North Africa, Spain, the coasts of France and England, southern Scandinavia and Denmark, South America and Mesoamerica. What unites these megalithic constructions across different continents is their use of massive stone blocks, often weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, roughly cut, placed side by side, and joined without cement or mortar. The similarity of megaliths around the world is undisputed today. More than 10,000 megaliths have been discovered on Earth. The Anunnaki had access to technologies unknown to us that enabled the movement of large and heavy objects over long distances. The abundance of megaliths suggests that they were built quickly and with minimal effort and resources. Roads, rings, burial mounds, wells, temples, and distinct natural features, such as rock ledges, were mapped out by the Anunnaki from space. These roads covered uninhabited areas like a network and formed an organized system. When studying the locations of megaliths and maps of ore deposits, a clear pattern emerges. Most megalithic structures are situated in metal-rich areas, especially those with copper, tin, antimony, and arsenic. The Anunnaki managed the planet by creating structures in various regions to serve specific functions aligned with a unified global plan developed by the Council. The Anunnaki's plan could be summarized as follows. Number 1. All civilizations were involved in increasing the planet's population, which was combined with advanced knowledge of agriculture and animal husbandry. To ensure decent living conditions for the growing population, weaving, pottery, ceramic production, and brick home construction were promoted. Similar knowledge was shared and implemented across civilizations. Number 2. The Harappan civilization served as the residence of the supreme god and his attendants. Additionally, Harappa supplied cedar timber for shipbuilding, mined gold in Uzbekistan, and obtained precious stones in India. Number 3. Sumer, known as the Land of Overseers, was a school of mastery, a major shipyard, and the residence of the chief executives of the plan developed by the center on Nibiru. Here, a space communications center was constructed in pre-flood times, along with a possible oil refinery and power plants. Number 4. Egypt was chosen as the site for constructing the largest object on a cosmic scale, with gold extracted from Nubia and Thoth, Enki, as the general contractor. Number 5. Baalbek was both a spaceport and control center, with cedar harvested in Lebanon. Number 6. Tiwanaku served as a tin supplier and astronomical center. Nazca was an airfield. Number 7. Teotihuacan was the Central American airport, a supplier of gold and a craft center, while the Temple of Mika served as a power plant. Number 8. Brazil supplied mica. Number 9. Sangxingdui supplied bronze items. Number 10. Nan Madol was a station for tracking the orbital station, a storage site, an oceanography research center, and a rehabilitation and rejuvenation center. This list will naturally expand with new archaeological discoveries, and known information will become more precise.
The Sumerians oversaw construction projects, planning, designing, monitoring, and sailing ships. They ensured adherence to the laws and judged and enforced sentences across the planet. Essentially, the Sumerians were trusted agents of the Anunnaki, endowed with extensive powers and knowledge. Personnel for engineering and technical work were selected and trained locally to match the specific activities of each region. The cities of Harappa, Sumer, and Teotihuacan were built over centuries according to a well-developed plan. Unlike many other places on the planet involved in the Anunnaki project, the residents of these cities lived in brick houses with amenities. This phenomenon can be explained by the unique role these places played in the global plans of the Anunnaki. The upper echelons of executive authority spoke one language throughout the planet. This language was likely Sumerian. This order was introduced by the Anunnaki to facilitate communication among the earthly elite as well as between the Sumerians and local leaders. The Anunnaki strictly monitored adherence to instructions and the established order. All inhabitants of the planet were involved, to varying degrees, in the grand construction. Each productive, agricultural, and organizational unit had a specific action plan that no one was allowed to violate. For example, the Sumerians built sea vessels for heavy cargo. They led caravans across seas and oceans to different parts of the planet, while other peoples were allowed to move within the required scope of actions. Ancient Egypt, which possessed a large river fleet for transporting stone blocks for pyramid construction, did not send expeditions on lengthy voyages until the reign of the 6th dynasty, 24th century BC, long after the pyramids were completed. The system of territorial administration was likely uniform. Large projects required enormous material resources, which were not subsequently reimbursed or restored. A system of centralized collection, accounting, and distribution of all products was created on a planetary scale. Documents compiled by the Sumerians allow us to clearly describe the principles and laws of the Anunnaki system. Number 1. Concentration of power and property in the hands of the Anunnaki. Number 2. Temporary delegation of power handed locally to kings, princes, Lugal governors, and deputies, all of whom were controlled by the Anunnaki. Number 3. Using religion and the institution of priests to ensure reverence for the Anunnaki and the submission of humanity to their requirements. Number 4. Detailed allocation of roles and actions for each economic unit. Number 5. Strict control over the actions of units and individuals. Number 6. Rigorous accounting of all expenditures, costs, and created products. Number 7. A clear system of product distribution among consumers and the population. Number 8. A reward system for those who excelled. Number 9. A system of checks and balances at all bureaucratic levels. Number 10. Use of punitive detachments from backward neighboring tribes to eliminate legal officials and associates who got out of control. Number 11. High labor productivity for each worker. Number 12. A high standard of living for the inhabitants of the civilization compared to surrounding neighbors. Return to the homeland. The approach of Nibiru. Once the Anunnaki heard that the interstellar ship had set off from the center, locating the vessel amid billions of stars became the highest priority. Thus, it was assigned by the Anunnaki to their astronomers. Observatories were built in various parts of the planet. Some of these observatories were equipped with instruments from the now-defunct orbital station. Chinese manuscripts mention a celestial being, Huangdi, who descended in the 27th century BC near the Huanghe River. Huangdi and his companions from the star Regulus, Friends of Virtue, imparted diverse knowledge and technologies to people. Among the records, mention is made of a marvel of 12 mirrors that were cast, polished in a particular way, and then assembled into the so-called tripod, a mirrored telescope. From observatories on the Yucatan Peninsula, the mountains of Tiwanaku, at Stonehenge, India, Egypt, China, and Sumer, astronomers closely watch the heavens. Finally, someone first spotted it, a tiny dot in an especially powerful telescope. Every day, astronomers from different sites measured the coordinates of this dot, sending the data to the computing center in the House of Communication. Decades passed, with astronomers diligently observing the dot and tracking its position among the stars. Older astronomers passed their knowledge on to younger ones, who then took their places at the telescope when the elders died. Generations passed, yet the dot, the ship, remained small. At the same time, astronomers studied the solar system with precision, charting a course for the ship through planets, asteroids, and passing comets. Ancient American astronomers, whose data were later used by Maya scientists, were more interested in tracking the average cycles of the planes over extended periods of time. Since planets could be in the ship's path to Earth, they meticulously calculated the time it took each planet to return to a specific point in the sky, synchronizing the cycles of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Like the Egyptians, they were particularly interested in Venus. The Maya considered Venus the 8th star and Earth the 7th. However, they also knew about the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. The Maya calendars reflect not only earthly time, but galactic time. Modern scientists believe that it would have taken 10,000 years to create calendars as accurate as those made by the Maya. As the ship approached the solar system, the dot star grew larger and brighter each day. From the House of Communication, information was transmitted regarding conditions in the solar system, like a weather forecast for the pilots, and guidance for landing the ship on the spaceport. The Great Pyramids. The great construction projects of the Anunnaki began with a spaceport comprising an enormous stone platform at Baalbek. According to legend, Helios, the sun god, stopped here to rest his chariot. The platform's massive size suggests that it served as a landing site for heavy spacecraft. Some of the stones in Baalbek's walls differ from the rest, and were possibly added after the Great Flood as part of a spaceport reconstruction. When the time came to begin pyramid construction in the Giza Valley, the Anunnaki moved all their labor and tool resources to Egypt, along with the necessary construction materials. At this time, the planet's population was about 40 to 50 million people. A harbor was built 800 meters east of the Temple of Khufu and was used to transport stones quarried from other parts of the country. Specialists who had previously gained pyramid-building experience in various countries were gathered from across the lands. The work required immense effort, with up to 50,000 people working on the project at any given time. The workers had to be fed, clothed, provided with tools, and supplied with construction materials. Additionally, the schools continued to train new workers to replace those lost to injuries, fatigue, or accidents. For the Anunnaki, completing these structures before the ship's arrival was paramount, so the workforce was used without hesitation. Replacements constantly arrived for those who were overworked, injured, or crushed under massive stones and beams. This construction site was like a battlefront. Fresh reinforcements continually arrived. Materials and forged tools, like ammunition and cannons, were constantly supplied to replace damaged or destroyed items. And this went on not for a decade, but for a century. If today's financiers, engineers, and builders attempted to replicate this feat, it would cost billions of dollars. the entire planet worked tirelessly on this grand project. We must realize that the completion of the pyramids was a tremendous labor victory for humanity, achieved through the combined efforts of the entire planet. For centuries, scholars have tried to determine the goals and motivations of the builders who created such monumental structures to last for millennia. However, the mystery of the Great Pyramids has yet to be fully unraveled. The Anunnaki helped reveal some of the truth to those who believed in their presence on Earth. In Mesopotamia, the pyramid Ikur, possibly a prototype for the Great Pyramid of Giza, was called the House, high as a mountain. House of the gods with a pointed top, equipped for crossing earth and sky. House that glows with the red light of heaven. A powerful, trembling beam that reaches far. Its glow makes the flesh tremble. Terrible ziggurat, a great and proud creation, and its mysteries cannot be grasped by man. The text clearly indicates the purposes served by the House of the Gods with a pointed top. House of equipping, House of eternity high. It stands on stones that go into the water. It is surrounded by clay. The house, its parts are skillfully intertwined. It is the house by which the great rotators and seers settle to rest. The house for high Shems, a great sign, a mountain from which Utu ascends to the heavens. A house into which no mortal may enter, praised by Anu. Helicopter-type flying machines, the rotators and seers, landed near the pyramid, settled to rest, while the pyramids served as beacons, great sign, for space vessels, high Shems. The phrase, mountain from which Utu ascends, suggests that a runway was located near the pyramid, similar to the Avenue of the Dead at Teotihuacan. In an inscription on a stele near the Sphinx from the era of the pharaohs, Ra is directly called Engineer, Extender of the Cord. You extended the cord across the plain, shaping the land. You built a place for yourself, guarded in the sacred desert. By day, you rise opposite the pyramids. You ascend beautifully. You furrow the skies in the celestial boat. Heaven rejoices and earth exults. Ra's crew praises him each day. He walks in glory. Linguist and historian Zecharia Sitchin discovered that the Giza pyramids, Mount St. Catherine on the Sinai Peninsula, and Baalbek are equidistant from each other. St. Catherine, the highest peak in Sinai at 2,900 meters above sea level, is located south of Mount Sinai and stands 2,500 meters high. Together, Mount Sinai and St. Catherine form an imposing twin peak resembling the two main pyramids of Giza. Zecharia Sitchin asks, can we believe that such a geometric alignment, Giza, Sinai, Baalbek, happened by chance? On the map of the Anunnaki's celestial journey to the seventh planet, inscriptions read, adjust, adjust, rocket, rocket, turn upward, mountains, and further on, high, high, clouds of steam, no clouds, place of joining heaven and earth, landing. Though this landscape description could fit many locations, the primary landmark, mountains, should be viewed as critical when landing at Baalbek. Sitchin discovered several remarkable air routes connected to Baalbek with surprising geometric and geographic relationships. Another route was aligned with the two cone-shaped peaks of Mount Ararat, Lesser Ararat at an elevation of 13,000 feet and Greater Ararat at 17,000 feet. These two peaks are discernible from afar. Rising above a mountain range 25 miles wide near the Turkish-Iranian border, they stand on either side of a deep natural valley. These peaks are perpetually covered with snow, making them ideal markers for pilots of flying craft, Shems. The latest scheme of air routes included a new landmark, Mount Shumar, approximately 9 miles south of Mount St. Catherine. The summit of Shumar has an unusual natural brilliance. Not only does it stand out from the neighboring mountains, but it also gleams like a beacon due to the mica particles in its rocks. Specialists have not been able to explain why Shumar bears a Sumerian name, which translates to Mother of Sumer. Having set a reference point on Mount Ararat and beacons in Heliopolis and on Sinai, the Anunnaki began constructing a complex space center. It's notable that the Anunnaki identified a point on Mount Zion in Jerusalem equidistant from both the Space Center and Baalbek, and also equidistant from Shumer and Heliopolis. It was in Jerusalem that they established a control station. Zecharia Sitchin's thorough etymological analysis led him to believe that the geographic names themselves confirmed that Jerusalem was one of the central nodes of the Anunnaki's cosmic communications network. First, the names of the three hills in Jerusalem have clear, literal meanings. In the north lies Mount Zophim, also known as Mount Scopus, which literally means Mount of Observers. The middle peak is Mount Moriah, meaning Mount of Direction, and, finally, to the south is Mount Zion, which literally translates as Mount of Signal. The valleys around Jerusalem also have notable names. One valley, mentioned in the book of Isaiah as the Valley of Vision, Hisayon, means Valley of Visibility. Another valley, Kidron, derives from a root meaning to shine, emit heat, and was known as the Valley of Fire. Its lower course is now called Wadi en-Nar, meaning the Valley of Fire. The Valley of Hinnom, Ge-Hinnom in ancient Hebrew, is also associated with fire, giving rise to the Greek word Gehenna, often translated as hell. According to ancient legend, there is an entrance to the underworld in the Valley of Hinnom, from which a column of smoke rises between two palm trees. From time immemorial, Jerusalem has been an important and sacred place, though the reasons for this remain unclear. Its significance cannot be attributed to any geographic advantages. It was never an important trade center, located as it was on the edge of a barren desert and far from major international trade routes. Natural water sources were sparse, and early residents of the city faced immense difficulties building vast underground water reservoirs. Archaeological studies have uncovered 37 such reservoirs with a combined capacity of around 20 million gallons. One cistern alone could hold approximately 2 million gallons of water. These water reservoirs in ancient Jerusalem are much larger than would be needed for a town of no more than 3/4 of a square mile in area. So what other motivations might have led people to settle here, given the abundance of more favorable locations? From the standpoint of the Anunnaki, this site was ideal for a control center. Its harsh natural conditions were of little consequence since the staff was minimal. Topographically, the location was excellent. A small plateau surrounded on three sides by deep valleys. Additionally, there were a few water sources, allowing the collection and storage of water in cisterns for both industrial purposes and spacecraft servicing. As noted earlier, the Giza pyramids were originally clad in polished white limestone slabs, making them visible to the naked eye from a great distance. Maurice Chatelain, a NASA scientist and lead developer in the Apollo moon projects, calculated that the pyramid served as a radar reflector with a reflective factor of 600 million for a 2-centimeter wavelength. He believed that, from space, the Great Pyramid was more visible on a radar screen thanks to the slope of its walls, which reflect radar beams perpendicularly when the beams hit at an angle of 38 degrees to the horizon. Despite such substantial arguments justifying the construction of the pyramids as a beacon for aerial and spacecraft, a feeling of dissatisfaction remains. The meticulousness in selecting the site and the extraordinarily precise geometry of these massive structures seem excessive and unnecessary. There must have been further significant reasons for building the pyramids. Clearly, each pyramid would need to serve multiple purposes. So far, Only secondary elements of the planetary scale purpose of these pyramids have been identified. Easter Island. Easter Island, a Chilean territory since 1888, is considered the most remote island in the world. It's 3,500 kilometers from the coast of Chile and 2,000 kilometers from Tahiti. The island has an area of 165.5 square kilometers, with a population of 2,500 people. The island's capital and only town is Angaroa. Easter Island legends speak of two human races, the long ears, who came from the east, and the short ears, who later arrived from the opposite direction, the west. But why did this legend arise on the island? Well, it's very simple. Before the pyramids were completed, while finishing touches were being made to the interiors and the exteriors were being clad in slabs, a group of idle workers was sent by the Anunnaki to Easter Island. One group of skilled workers arrived from the east, from Peru and Mexico, while another came from Egypt. On the morning of April 7, 1722, when the ship of Dutch Admiral Jacob Roggeveen landed on the unknown land, the Dutch found three different races on this triangular piece of land: black, red-skinned, and white people. The latter were so pale that the sailors initially mistook them for Europeans cast ashore by shipwreck. Some of the islanders had ears so long they touched their shoulders, while others' ears had been cropped. The mysterious island had no trees, and when asked about the hundreds of enormous stone heads, the islanders could not explain who had erected them. The statues were all carved in the same period to a uniform model. Many of them have eyes made of white coral, with irises of red volcanic ash. There are virtually no traces of experiments or trial and error in the construction of the great Moai statues. On the contrary, it appears that by the time the first sculpture was carved on Easter Island, there were already well thought out and refined artistic standards for creating these statues, with the best Moai being the earliest. The same applies to the massive stone platforms called ahu, on which many Moai are mounted. Here, too, the earliest platforms are of higher quality than the later ones. The tallest of the 7 Moai on Ahu Nau Nau is a monolith, 6 meters tall and weighing 18 tons, carved from characteristic reddish-gray volcanic tuff quarried on Easter Island. Its head was topped with a conical crown made of a different stone, adding an additional 6 tons. The largest colossus, a true giant left in the quarry, weighs around 90 tons. If erected, it would stand about 23 meters high. It turned out that the statues initially gazed skyward. This explains why the island was once called Mata Ki Terani, meaning eyes that look at the sky. There is a legend of a meteorite, Ure Teotihuacan, which disappeared into the depths of the ocean. After this event, the sea rose higher and higher, flooding the islands, tearing mountains apart, and destroying all human dwellings. People did not know where to seek refuge. All perished except for one righteous woman who survived on a raft. This comet was, in fact, an interstellar ship that crashed into the ocean. On board were the Anunnaki. It seems that these skilled workers were tasked with creating a monument for each of those who perished, creating a lasting memory of this tragedy. Without Anunnaki assistance, it would have taken a year or more to erect a single giant statue, even if the island's entire population had participated in the work. The small population of the island could not have produced so many stone giants in 1,000 years. And the island couldn't sustain more workers due to limited food and water supplies. The Anunnaki who worked on Easter Island, knowing the ship's arrival date, left in advance, not waiting for the work's completion. In a provincial museum in Catalonia, there is a statuette, a replica of a giant from Easter Island, dated to the 3rd century CE, based on the layer in which it was found. The figurine was unearthed during excavations at a Greek mercenary camp that had fought for the Roman Empire. Local scholars were shocked. How could a statuette from a remote island in the ocean have ended up in Europe, especially in ancient times? Spanish scientists traveled to Easter Island to meticulously study the giants. It was confirmed that the Catalan statuette was made from the same material as the statues themselves. However, the investigation stalled there. Since then, the figurine has been kept at the Barcelona Museum, where it undergoes regular analysis. In 1980, representatives of the Soviet Academy of Sciences studied it, but they could not determine how it had arrived in Europe. We can assert that it was taken by the Anunnaki who left Easter Island for Egypt and presented a copy to the Anunnaki Council gathered before the interstellar ship's departure. From there, the Phoenicians transported it, along with statuettes of the goddess Isis, to the Iberian Peninsula. From the Phoenicians, the Easter Island giant replica was passed to the Greeks and then to the Romans. The workers on Easter Island continued to labor for some time according to the plan. However, later on, they encountered difficulties with food supplies. The locals scattered, forcing the skilled builders to abandon the site and seek sustenance on other islands. And so the giants, a memory of another civilization, stand on the island, looking with their coral-lined, melancholy eyes toward the place where the ship crashed into the Pacific Ocean, where an explosion sent ocean waters surging to the skies and crashing down on nearby islands and continents, sweeping away and destroying all life in its path. Anti-gravity. The modern level of knowledge does not allow us to accurately determine many details of the technologies possessed by the Anunnaki. One of the most mysterious unknowns is the technique they used to transport stone blocks weighing over 50 tons. Myths and legends from various nations, where megaliths were established, describe the procedure for moving stone blocks in similar terms, with all sources seemingly written under the same guidance, affirming that these colossal structures were erected in astonishingly short periods, almost instantaneously. I asked the locals if these structures were built during the time of the Incas, wrote chronicler Pedro Chiesa de Leon, but they laughed and explained that it happened long before the Incas, and as their ancestors told it. Everything that you can see here arose suddenly, overnight. Another Spaniard recorded a tradition during the same period that claimed the stone blocks rose from the ground miraculously, soaring into the air to the sound of trumpets. When observing the walls of Sacsayhuaman, Garcilaso de la Vega wrote, "These 3 walls seem to have been constructed by magic, as if created by demons and not by humans, with so many stones, and they are so enormous. It's impossible to believe that these stones were quarried since the Indians had no iron or steel tools to extract and shape them." According to legend, the enormous megalithic blocks used for statues, cyclopean walls, and the pyramids of the city of Tiahuanaco came on their own, or to the sound of trumpets, settling in the correct position for construction. In the Mayan city of Uxmal in Central America, nearly identical stories exist about how a certain magician miraculously constructed a pyramid in just one night, by simply whistling and moving the heavy stones into place. Mesopotamian legends assert that Baalbek was supposedly built by giants of some unknown race. A traveler named Darvix, living in the 17th century, wrote in his notes that ancient manuscripts from the region contain mentions like, "After the flood, when Nimrod ruled Lebanon, he sent giants to rebuild the Baalbek fortress, named in honor of Baal, the god of the Moabites, who worshipped the sun god. This version is associated with references to the mysterious Nephilim in the Bible. The ancient Hebrew word Nephilim is usually translated as giants, and in Akkadian it means those who descended from above. The Egyptians were convinced that the god Thoth directed the grand construction of the Great Pyramid, the house of statues, the city, and the sun temple on the mountain of Osiris, and according to the Memphis priest, all this construction was performed to the sound of flute melodies. M.I. Steblin Kamensky, a researcher of ancient Icelandic myths, noted in his reconstruction of ancestral legends that, according to folklore, all the dolmens of Great Britain, including Stonehenge, were built by dwarves known for being remarkable, talented craftsmen who held wisdom and served as guardians of treasures. According to researchers of Oceanian myths, Polynesians believe that dwarves can accomplish any job overnight as long as it is completed before sunrise. All the legends agree on one thing: dwarves possess supernatural abilities. Numerous legends among the inhabitants of the Caroline Islands tell that the city of Nan Madol was built by visitors who came from the east, and that massive blocks supposedly flew through the air from place to place at the command of these visitors. Easter Island folklore preserves confused memories of a past episode when great sorcerers knew how to move statues with the words of their mouths. These sorcerers supposedly used a round stone called Te Pitokura to concentrate their mana energy, enabling them to command the statues to move. Chiefs also allegedly sometimes possessed enough mana to order the statues to walk or float through the air. The grand scale of megalith and pyramid construction across the planet leads us to consider that myths reflect a reality in which the Anunnaki possessed technology that countered gravitational force, something unknown to modern times. Looking for the mana energy the Anunnaki employed to counter gravity, we turn to objective observations of the effects of megaliths on the surrounding environment. People who remained near megaliths for long periods reported uncomfortable sensations, temporary disorientation, and occasionally complete loss of consciousness. The most commonly observed effects, which may initially seem harmless, included drowsiness or varying degrees of euphoria. But sometimes the effects of the megaliths have much worse consequences. In 1987, M.K. Teshev, an employee of the Tuaps Regional Museum, who was researching the Sinako 1 mound, a dolmen with a dromos, an underground passage, died suddenly of a heart attack. Teshev had discovered the mound in 1974 and carried out all the underground excavations himself. Unfortunately, this case was not unique. On February 13, 1923, 17 archaeologists entered the burial chamber of Tutankhamun's tomb. A few days later, strange events began. Lord Carnarvon died under mysterious circumstances, and his nurse reported that he often mentioned Tutankhamun's name deliriously before his death. This was followed by a series of unexplained deaths among all those associated with the tomb. Within 2 years, 22 people had died, many with the same strange symptoms as Lord Carnarvon. The X-ray technician who removed the mummy's bandages, a wealthy industrialist who collected and handled treasures from the tomb, and many others met the same fate. Researchers discovered that inside certain Egyptian pyramids, small dead animals do not decay, but instead slowly dry out and become mummified. But that's not all. Inside these pyramids, water cooled below 0 degrees centigrade does not freeze, and computers and electronic devices experience severe malfunctions. Not only Egyptian pyramids, but Stonehenge and other British megaliths generate high-frequency oscillations and electromagnetic waves, with activity peaking at sunrise and sunset. These summarized data from recent decades lead us to conclude that the Anunnaki infused stone blocks with energy, creating an anti-gravitational field that reduced the blocks' weight, allowing them to be moved effortlessly over long distances. The residual energy in these blocks dissipates as an invisible, unknown radiation. These rays affect those nearby, and high doses can lead to fatal outcomes. The unexplained radiation became known as the Pharaoh's Curse. The ability to create an anti-gravitational field did not depend on the stone material. The Anunnaki transported blocks of limestone, granite, basalt, diorite, schist, and quartz through the air. This energy was infused into blocks by unknown means, and transportation was carried out using a round stone called te pitokura, a device understood by the chiefs of Easter Island. The transport procedure for the blocks, after energy infusion, was ceremoniously staged by the Anunnaki, with crowds gathered to watch, and dwarves performing feats of strength like circus jugglers to the sound of fanfares and trumpets. The sight of 100-ton blocks moving through the air was so astonishing that almost every culture on Earth mentioned it in their legends. Understanding the secret of anti-gravity allowed the Anunnaki to land their giant interstellar ships on the surface of any planet, launch massive ships resembling large asteroids without additional fuel, and accelerate the ship to near-light speed. Communication devices. On Egyptian reliefs, the early gods are always depicted with crowns of various forms on their heads. Of particular interest is the Atef crown, which features a central white battle helmet shaped like a bowling pin, with two thin metal plates rising from its sides. At the front, there is an element with two wavy flaps, which scholars often describe as resembling a pair of ram's horns. It also includes a uraeus, the royal symbol in the form of a cobra. In several reliefs in the Temple of Seti, Osiris is depicted wearing the Atef crown. According to the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, the crown was given to him by Ra. But on the first day that Osiris wore it, he began to suffer terribly from a headache. And when Ra returned in the evening, he found Osiris with his head swollen and inflamed from the hot crown. Strangely enough, despite extensive excavations over the years, archaeologists have not found a single royal crown, or even a fragment of one, not to mention the ceremonial headdress. Given the current stage of technological development, we might suppose that the crown housed reception and transmission devices, computers, and emitters. It would seem that Osiris could have removed the crown as soon as he felt discomfort, yet he was forced to wait for Ra, his rescuer. Osiris's strange behavior can be explained only if the output contacts of the device in the crown were implanted into his brain. It is likely that the red hats fitted atop some of the Easter Island statues represent a similar device. All over the world, skulls have been found with evidence of trepanation. The oldest of these is over 5,000 years old. In modern Britain alone, about 40 such skulls have been found. Recently, near the Grand Temple complex of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt, British researchers accidentally discovered a burial containing 3 mummies, buried approximately 4,500 years ago. It turned out that large gold plates had been inserted into the mummies' skulls while the people were still alive. Gold, which has antiseptic properties, was used during the procedure to prevent blood infection. Nothing is known about the exact purpose of most trepanations, nor about the possibility of anesthesia. Some researchers believe that prehistoric trepanations aimed to enhance intellectual abilities. Others, based on the shapes of the holes, both round and square, argue that trepanation was done to cure the soul and exorcise demons. Given the number of people who successfully survived the operation, scientists believe that ancient people living in these lands in the 3rd millennium BCE had a deep understanding of brain anatomy and possessed advanced surgical techniques for skull operations. Strangely, these skills and knowledge later declined and vanished altogether after 2 millennia. Successful cranial surgeries were only resumed by scientists in the 20th century. All this information and these incredible technological wonders from the Bronze Age convince us that in the 3rd millennium BCE, brain surgeries were performed by the Anunnaki to connect communication and information processing systems to the brain. It's possible that humans were used as experimental subjects. However, considering the abundance of skulls with traces of trepanation, it may be that due to a shortage of managerial staff, some chiefs, priests, and capable individuals were fitted with additional devices in their brains, allowing them to perform work visible to their people that only the Anunnaki could otherwise accomplish. The device in the crown and the brain formed a unified whole, and control was exercised by thought signals, similar to how we control our arms and legs. Power came from body heat. Signals were received by the device in the crown, processed, and results were displayed on the visual receptors as letters, numbers, and images. Improper connection of the crown on Osiris's head led to its overheating and unpleasant pain, as the legend states. Ra had to release the pus and blood, performing an operation to remove the embedded contacts. The high gods communicated through a planetary communication system. Most early pyramids, built in the late 4th millennium BCE in America, Mexico, Guatemala, Peru, and Honduras, and in the Tigris and Euphrates valleys, were stepped truncated pyramids with a small temple on the top. Under the dome of the temple, the Anunnaki placed communication equipment that functioned as a radio beacon for flying vehicles and a repeater, a transmission station that amplified signals for communication between gods. The construction experience showed that it was faster to build a pointed pyramid and install equipment at a greater height than constructing a ziggurat and temple. During the peak of construction activity, pointed pyramids were erected in Egypt. In flat areas far from stone deposits, mound-like pointed pyramids were constructed. In the Black Sea region, in England, Salisbury Hill, in the Atlantic, as seen in Thor Heyerdahl's discovery on an island near Africa, in China, the Pyramid Valley near Xi'an, in Malaysia, and on Pacific Islands. The mounds had wooden stairs leading to the top and a shaft for lifting equipment. Information was transmitted to the orbital station and then into space from the Space Center in Nippur, overseen by Enlil. Ancient Sumerian drawings often depict massive buildings with columns installed on their roofs. These columns served to hold one or several pairs of rings. Similar columns with rings were placed at the entrance to the temple and within the sacred dwellings of the Anunnaki. One cylinder seal shows a familiar stepped ziggurat with 2 tall ring antennas reaching the 4th and final level of the building. These columns with rings were antennas connected to the communication network. In the temples of Lagash, Ur, Mari, and other ancient cities, sacred artifacts known as eyed idols were stored. These were likely later imitations of Ninurta's divine objects, including the terrifying eye or device installed at the control center in Nippur, described as a raised beam that scans the earth and penetrates its core. In the Temple of Eyes at Tel Brak in northwestern Mesopotamia, built in the 4th millennium BCE, hundreds of eye-shaped symbols were found in the inner courtyard, along with a single altar featuring a massive stone sculpture resembling a pair of eyes. These devices with eyes may have been types of cameras. The all-seeing eyes of the gods, connected to portable equipment depicted as boxes, referred to as divine objects. All of these devices formed a unified communication network of the Anunnaki on Earth. When did the Anunnaki leave Earth? Sumerian tablets describing the farewell ceremony of Anu have been found in Iraq. On the 17th day of their stay on Earth, Anu and Antu held a farewell ceremony in the city of Uruk before their departure. The assembled gods washed their hands in golden basins and held a lavish feast. Then, a priest climbed to the top of the ziggurat to watch for the appearance of Nibiru. Various songs were sung, including the hymns "The Planet of Anu Rises in the Heavens" and "The Image of the Creator Appears." Festive bonfires were lit everywhere for his special occasion. A grand procession of gods escorted Anu and Antu to the sacred pier, where the farewell ceremony took place. Anu and Antu, along with other Anunnaki, departed to their home planet, the land of Duat. We can attempt to establish the date of his event based on indirect evidence and shifts in cultural practices among various peoples. The construction of smooth-sided pyramids began around 2600 BC, during the reign of the founder of the 4th dynasty, Sneferu. 3 other pharaohs of this dynasty surpassed Sneferu's building when they created the famous complex at Giza. Their names were Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. According to official data, the Egyptians built this ensemble of pyramids over 100 years, completing it by approximately 2500 BC. Later in Egyptian history, strange events occurred. The royal power lost its former glory, and the influence of the priests over the kings increased significantly. Between 2345 and 2323 BC, Teti attempted to restore central authority using the services of Nubian mercenaries. However, Grand Viziers such as Kagemni and Mereruka effectively held the real power. From 2321 to 2287 BC, under the reign of Pepi I, royal power continued to decline as the influence of viziers, high officials, and priests grew. By the end of the 6th dynasty, due to pressures from bordering populations, power passed to the nomarchs, who contended for it amongst themselves. Pharaohs could neither intervene in nor oppose the actions of the nomarchs. Then came the first intermediate period, lasting from the 7th dynasty, around 2180 BC, until the beginning of the 11th dynasty, around 2119 BC. During this long, turbulent, and uncertain period, Egypt fell victim to anarchy and social unrest multiple times. The tremendous Egyptian civilization of the early and Old Kingdom period ceased to exist. Although others would come and rebuild on this land, leading it through cycles of rises and falls, Egypt would never again reach the mastery achieved by its ancient predecessors. In Sumer, from 2600 to 2300 BC, a similar series of events unfolded. After the weakening of Lagash's economic and political power, Lugalzagesi encountered a formidable adversary in Sargon, whose reign lasted from 2369 to 2314 BC. Around this same time, the ruling dynasty also weakened, ceding control to an outsider of non-royal lineage from Akkad. During the reign of the Akkadian king Naram-Sin, around 2200 BC, the Gutians, a fierce tribe from the east of Mesopotamia, invaded Sumer, devastating many cities and temples. The last kings of Akkad were so weak that they failed to mount a proper resistance against these foreigners, leading to the downfall of Sumer around the same time as ancient Egypt. Though prosperity and power would eventually return to the region, it would be a different country, namely Babylonia. Scholars noted that around 2500 BC, a period of high cultural development ended. Artifacts from this era reveal distinct and substantial changes from the previous Jemdet Nasser style. Some scholars regard this as evidence of cultural regression and a decline in aesthetic values. In architecture, for instance, large, flat convex bricks reminiscent of loaves of bread replaced the previous elegant, well-formed bricks. Temples built during this period also lack the architectural splendor characteristic of the Jemdet Nasr culture. The pyramids built during the Favid dynasty of Egypt appear particularly poor, failing to reach 50 meters in height. In fact, they were built so poorly that only ruins remain today. Under Pharaoh Shepseskaf, pyramid construction ceased entirely and was replaced by rectangular stone coffins. The craftsmanship in pottery, relief art on frescoes, and cylinder seals also changed dramatically. Once lively figures became merely schematic, with reduced expression. Agricultural development, particularly in Akkadian times, presented a mystery to many historians. Between the 5th and 4th millennia BC, agriculture advanced swiftly with the rapid appearance of new technologies. By the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, however, this progress ceased and remained static for hundreds of years. Even easily cultivated plants were no longer brought into the region. Professor George Sarton discovered that astronomical calculations in Mesopotamia were performed using two different methods. The latter method was used in Babylonia, and the earlier, more complex and precise system was used in Uruk. Sarton's conclusions were confirmed by Professor Neugebauer in his book Astronomical Cuneiform Texts, where he presented evidence that the Babylonian ephemerides were not based on Babylonian observations, but were instead calculated using strictly defined arithmetic schemes that were treated as given and unquestionable. Neugebauer hypothesized that Babylonian astronomers lacked an understanding of the theoretical foundations underpinning their calculations, whilst also recognizing that the empirical and theoretical bases of these tables largely remain obscure even to modern scientists. In the Black Sea region, the Tripoli culture, which had reached a high level of development by the end of the 4th millennium BC, began to decline in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. Large settlements were abandoned, and riverside tribes moved to lower terraces. Lakeside tribes disappeared altogether. Large above-ground houses gave way to pit dwellings. Painted ceramics diminished and were eventually replaced by pottery with impressed decorations on raw clay. By 2200 BC, the Tripoli culture had vanished. Thus, a paradox arose in the mid-3rd millennium BC. Instead of progressing, humanity faced regression in all areas across the globe. Degradation in craftsmanship initially went unnoticed, but quickly accelerated. Knowledge levels dropped so low that it took until the 17th century for Europeans to rediscover Jupiter's moons. The planets Uranus and Neptune were only re-identified in the 19th century. This widespread thousand-year decline remains unexplained by any official theories. Moreover, it is largely ignored, as it does not fit into accepted theories of evolution and progress. However, we can say with confidence that human civilization began to regress in all areas after the Anunnaki departed from Earth in the mid-3rd millennium BC. Without their knowledge, guidance, and management, human civilization became like an orphaned child, left to survive, mature, and eventually strive to regain the heights of ancient civilizations and surpass them. At the turn of the 3rd to the 2nd millennium BC, cataclysms occurred on Earth, which, surprisingly, received little attention in official science. These events are mentioned on Sumerian tablets. The fall of Sumer. Marduk sought information from Gibil on where a particular weapon was hidden. Gibil revealed that it was buried underground. The 7 weapons lie within the mountain. They are kept in a cave beneath the earth. From there, they will surge forth in brilliance, causing all to tremble from earth to the sky. When Ninurta arrived in the lower world, he found that Nergal had already ordered the 7 dreadful weapons to be filled with poisons. Pointing out the injustice of mass destruction and the strategic importance of selected targets, Ninurta eventually persuaded Nergal to change his plan. The destruction would be selective, targeting cities where Nabu might be hiding, and the place where the Great Ones ascend, which Marduk sought to control. I will destroy the place where the Great Ones ascend to heaven. Nergal turned his steps toward the high mountain. He took the 7 incomparable and terrifying weapons with him. As the hero approached the high mountain, he raised his hand, and the mountain collapsed. Then the plain at the foot of the high mountain was laid waste. Not even a twig survived in its forests. The place where the Great Ones ascend undoubtedly refers to the Baalbek spaceport, while the high mountains is Mount Ararat, the highest mountain in the Near East. When the terrifying weapons were unleashed from the sky, a blinding flash followed. They cast bright beams in all 4 directions of the earth, burning everything like fire. Another text, the Lamentation for Nippur, describes a hurricane born of a flash of lightning. Then a dense cloud appeared in the sky, engulfing all heaven in darkness, and a windstorm violently tore the heavens apart. The winds blew the cloud eastward toward Mesopotamia. It carried darkness from city to city, carrying dense clouds that shrouded the entire sky. A cloud appeared in the sky over Sumer, spreading an invisible death as it covered the land like a shroud, blanketing everything. During the day, this brownish cloud darkened the horizon, blocking out the sun, while at night it glowed at the edges, circled with a deadly light, and obscured the moon. From the mountains, it fell to the earth. It emerged from the plain of no mercy. A mad whirlwind, a mighty hurricane, arose, destroying everything in its path, overturning the laws of Sumer, and shattering the ancient order, driving the good ruler from the land, turning homes and cities to ruins. Barns and pens stood empty. The cattle vanished from their stalls, and sheep no longer filled the pens. Only bitter water flowed through the canals. The once fertile fields grew only weeds, and the steppes yielded only tiers of grass. An affliction descended upon the land, something unknown to humanity, something that people had never seen before, from which none could escape. People did not die by the hand of an enemy, but by a death that wandered through the streets and stalked the roads. It could come near without being seen. It entered homes without detection. There was no salvation from this evil that descended upon the earth. It seeped through the highest walls, through the thickest barriers, like water. No door could stop it. No lock could hold it back. It slithered through doorways like a snake, and flew in through cracks like the wind. Those who hid indoors died inside. Those who sought safety on rooftops died on rooftops. Those who ran in the streets fell dead in their tracks. Sputum and cough weakened the chest. The mouth filled with saliva and foam. Lethargy and numbness overtook them. Strange paralysis, dreadful agony, and excruciating headaches, until the spirit left the body. Ningal and Nanar spent a horrific night in a termite house, an underground room. Only the following day, after the hurricane had swept out of the city, did Ningal, together with a sorrowful Nanar, depart from the city they loved so dearly. Walking the streets for the last time, they saw nothing but death and devastation. People lay like shattered pottery in the streets. The high gates through which they had intended to pass were blocked by dead bodies. In the squares where the people had once gathered in celebration, lifeless bodies lay in disarray. Every street they had planned to take was filled with corpses, and where once there was feasting, people lay in heaps. There was no one to clear away the dead. The dead bodies, like fat left in the sun, melted away on their own. Along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, only withered plants grew. In the marshes, the reeds rose weakly, rotting at the root. In the gardens and cities, everything perished, and nothing sprouted. No one sowed the fields, and no seeds were planted. No songs echoed across the fields. In the steppe, there were almost no animals. All living creatures perished. The hurricane swept everything from the face of the earth. It roared like a furious storm over the land, sparing no one. All the cities were empty, and houses stood vacant. No one walked the streets, and no one wandered the roads. This portrayal of the consequences of using mysterious weapons and their devastating effects leaves no doubt that, by modern standards, this was neutron weaponry, or perhaps something even more terrifying. The account was undoubtedly written by an eyewitness, a survivor of these events. The effects of a nuclear explosion could not be imagined with such accuracy. The descriptions resemble passages from a civil defense manual or scenes from a Hollywood film. Prominent archaeologists, such as W.F. Albright and P. Garland, discovered that settlements in the nearby mountains were abandoned without any apparent reason in the 21st century BCE, and people did not return to these areas for several centuries. To this day, the water in springs near the Dead Sea has heightened radiation levels, high enough to cause infertility and other diseases in animals and humans drinking this water over the years. Ur was not the only city affected, nor was it the epicenter of the catastrophe. Similar laments recount the tragic fates of Uruk and Eridu. Some texts list devastated cities from the southwestern part of the kingdom to the northeastern cities, including all of southern Mesopotamia. The land of Sumer disappeared from the earth, and with the Sumerians, their neighboring people also faded into obscurity. The horrors of the cataclysm were buried in sand, and the new peoples who arrived centuries later on this land had no knowledge that the Anunnaki civilization had once flourished here. The memory of Sumer, the land of the Guardians, was entirely erased. No document that survived to the age of great discoveries mentioned the name Sumer. The destruction of the Harappan civilization. For decades, archaeologists have been mystified by the sudden destruction of the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro in India. British researcher David Davenport and Italian E. Vincenti proposed an unusual hypothesis. They argued that Mohenjo-Daro had experienced the fate of Hiroshima. The authors cited the following arguments in support of their theory. Everything at Mohenjo-Daro points to a sudden disaster. The hypothesis of a flood is appealing since the city stood on an island in the middle of a mighty river. However, there are no traces of water damage in the ruins. Moreover, there is undeniable evidence of mass fires. The notion of an epidemic is also inconsistent with the findings. Epidemics do not suddenly and simultaneously strike people peacefully walking down streets or engaging in daily tasks. Yet that is exactly how the skeletons were found at Mohenjo-Daro. The theory of a sudden attack by conquerors can also be dismissed. None of the skeletons bear marks from cold weapons. The authors of the nuclear hypothesis highlighted other details. Among the ruins, there are pieces of fused clay and other minerals that quickly hardened. Analysis of samples from the University of Rome and the Italian National Research Council showed melting occurred at temperatures of 1,400 to 1,500 degrees. Such temperatures could have been produced in a metallurgical furnace at that time, but certainly not over such a large open area. Although the theory that the Harappan civilization was destroyed by a nuclear explosion baffles many scholars, The timing of the Mesopotamian explosion and its effects give us reason to assert that Harappa, too, was destroyed by the Anunnaki. Where did the Anunnaki go? The ancient peoples of America and Egypt believed that souls, ascending to the heavens, sought gateways among the stars that led to the other world. Egyptians called this other world Duat. In the oldest descriptions, Duat is depicted as a specific section of the starry sky where souls ventured to merge with the stars. For this journey, the souls needed wings, manifested in the soul as Ba, or winged carriers represented by deities such as Nekhbet, the white falcon, Neith, the owl, the god Thoth, the ibis, and others. Later, it was believed that Thoth ferried departed souls in his silver boat. Ancient Egyptians thought Duati was located in the eastern part of the sky, when the bright star Sirius, identified with the goddess Isis, and the stars of the constellation Orion, identified with the god Osiris, were visible before dawn. This belief stems from ancient texts that state, Orion is consumed by Duat, when he, the one living on the horizon, purifies himself. Likewise, this one, Sirius, is consumed by Duat, when he, the one living on the horizon, purifies himself. When Duat consumed the rising Orion and Sirius during the summer solstice, it was believed to open its gates to the gathered souls of the deceased. At one gate stood the constellation Leo. At the other, separated from Leo by the luminous river of the Milky Way, were Sirius, Orion, and the constellation Taurus. In 2500 BC, these sacred gates in the heavens opened on the day of the summer solstice. These beliefs about Duat were developed by the pharaoh's close advisors, who claimed divine heritage and assumed their souls would follow the Anunnaki to the land of the gods. The priests, refining Duat's coordinates on the star map, pointed us in the direction where the Anunnaki departed in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. R. Bovell and E. Gilbert, along with Dr. John O'Byrne, professor of astronomy at Sydney University, conducted calculations of the positions of Orion and Sirius over Giza in 2600 BC and compared these with the angle of the shafts in the Queen's and Pharaoh's chambers of the Great Pyramid. As with the King's chamber, one shaft in the Queen's chamber points south, while the other points north. These shafts do not extend beyond the pyramid, indicating they were not meant for ventilation purposes. The angle of the Queen's chamber's southern shaft, as measured by the 19th century scholar Petrie, is 38 degrees 28 minutes. The King's chamber is a rectangle measuring 10.46 meters from east to west and 5.23 meters from north to south, with a height of 5.81 meters. Unlike the Queen's chamber, which is lined with limestone, this chamber is finished with polished black granite, transported from Aswan in Upper Egypt. The granite blocks forming the walls and ceiling each weigh around 30 tons. They are polished so precisely that not even a knife blade can fit between them. Achieving this level of precision with limestone would be extremely difficult, but how they managed with granite remains unimaginable. The King's chamber's ventilation shafts are also oriented north and south, reaching the pyramid's surface. The southern shaft has a 44 degrees 30 minutes incline. All 4 shafts found to date in the 2 chambers are relatively narrow, with a square cross-section of 20 by 20 centimeters. No other pyramid contains similar shafts, making it unlikely they served as ventilation ducts. Dr. John O'Byrne's calculations revealed that, in 2600 BC, the southern shaft of the King's chamber aligned with Epsilon, the central star in the constellation Orion. Orion is one of the most beautiful constellations, visible prominently in autumn and winter. The brightest stars in Orion are the reddish Betelgeuse and the blue-white Rigel. Together with 2 other stars of the 2nd magnitude, They form a distinctive elongated irregular quadrilateral. 3-second magnitude stars, forming Orion's belt, are arranged at a slight angle in the center of this figure. In addition to these stars, Orion has 10 other stars brighter than 4th magnitude. One must possess considerable imagination to see in this star configuration the legendary hunter Orion, raising a massive club with one arm while draping a lion's skin over the other. Orion was associated with Osiris, depicted in pyramid texts as a walking figure. Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, was connected to the Nile's flooding, and thus revered in the land of the pharaohs as Isis. The idea behind the pyramids was to construct an ideal machine for the deceased pharaoh's ascension to the heavens. The pyramids of the 4th dynasty precisely corresponded in size and layout to the stars of Orion's belt. Later dynasties built pyramids based on this star map, creating a terrestrial replica of Duat to enable the deceased pharaoh's unhindered ascension to the heavens, specifically to the most auspicious region in Orion, the homeland of the gods. Looking at Orion's belt, Robert Bauval noticed that the positions of the 3 stars closely matched the alignment of the Giza pyramids. The correlation was astonishing. The pyramid of Menkaure corresponded to the star Mintaka, the pyramid of Khafre to Alnilam, and the pyramid of Khufu to Alnitak. Not only did the positioning of the pyramids and stars match, but the stars' brightness also corresponded to the pyramids' sizes. Aligning the Giza pyramids with Orion's belt stars, Bauval observed, I noticed that the pyramid of Nebka at Abu Rawash matched Rigel or Orion's left foot, while the pyramid at Zayet el Aryan represented Betelgeuse, or Orion's right shoulder. The pyramids of Dashur corresponded to the 2 brightest stars of the Hyades, head of Taurus. Thus, of Orion's 7 main stars, 5 had earthly counterparts. Observing this arrangement, it became easy to identify the smaller pyramids at Abu Sir, located about a kilometer southeast of Zayet el Aryan, as the smaller stars forming Orion's head. In the terrestrial reflection of Duat Osiris, the pyramids of Nebka at Abu Rawash and Saif formed Orion's leg, the Giza pyramids his belt, and the Zayet el Aryan pyramid his shoulders. Notably, Orion is often depicted raising a hand, as seen in numerous depictions, including one with Amenemhat III's pyramid, where Orion's hand holds a bright star. In Greek mythology, this star is Aldebaran in the Hyads, which determines the position of Orion's staff. Transposing this stellar layout onto the Memphis Duat map places the Hyads in Dashur. Thus, the celestial Duat includes multiple stars, the constellations Orion, Canis Major, and the Hyads, all located on the western bank of the Milky Way. Memphis served as the earthly reflection of this celestial Duat. The earthly gates are open to you. Let the staircase lead you to the place where Orion dwells. O King, the heavens conceive you with Orion. The heavens bore you with Orion. O King, become a soul like a living star. The gates of the earth god are open. You may ascend to the heavens and sit on your iron throne. The celestial window is open to you. The doors in the starry sky are open, and I pass through them. In the Book of Two Ways, containing burial texts from the Middle Kingdom, circa 2000 BCE, Rostau was referred to as the entrance to the necropolis, providing direct access to Duat. It states, I traveled the path to Rostau by water and land. These paths are the roads of Osiris. They exist in the heavens. Many Egyptologists believe Rostau is an ancient name for Giza. During the Middle and New Kingdoms, Osiris was called the august god of Rostau, leading to the conclusion that Rostau was the primary ritual site where the reborn could see the light of day as one who follows the god Osiris in his procession in Rostau. Here lay the entrance to Duat, the abode of death. Dr. John O'Byrne's calculations for 2500 BC revealed that the king's chamber's southern shaft was directed slightly off from Zeta Orionis. The southern shaft of the queen's chamber, inclined at 38 degrees 28 minutes, was nearly aligned with Sirius, the star of Isis. After more precise calculations and taking precession into account, it was determined that Zeta Orionis appeared at an altitude of 44 degrees 30 minutes in 2590 BC, while Sirius was at an altitude of 38 degrees 28 minutes in 2730 BC. The 140-year difference in the appearance of these stars through the two shafts was puzzling. Could Petrie have miscalculated the shaft's angles? This question remained unanswered until 1993, when engineer and robotics specialist Rudolf Gantenbrink conducted his own measurements with the help of a robot named Upwat, or Opener of Doors. His findings revealed that the Queen's chamber, with its shafts, was not left unfinished, as Egyptologists had claimed. Rather, it was the most important part of the pyramid. Gantenbrink's measurements of the angles of the King's and Queen's chamber shafts differed slightly from Petrie's. Recalculated, it turned out that the southern shaft of the King's chamber was aligned with Alnitak, Zeta Orionis, in 2450 BC plus or minus 50 years, while the southern shaft of the Queen's chamber was directed toward Sirius in 2475 BC plus or minus 50 years. The purpose of the Great Pyramid extends far beyond that of a navigational beacon for the landing of an interstellar ship. The pyramid was primarily built to establish communication with the center. As noted earlier, the interorbital station ceased to exist by the time the spacecraft arrived. The equipment at the Equor Pyramid had been destroyed during the War of the Gods, severing the connection with the center. To restore communication, laser devices were installed in the shafts leading from the King's and Queen's chambers, and necessary equipment was placed in these chambers, delivered by the interstellar ship. A laser communication system consists of receiving and transmitting devices aligned with each other. The transmitter includes a laser generator and a modulator, encoding the signal onto the laser's optical emission. The modulated laser beam is directed toward the receiver, where the signal is detected and extracted. This system allows high-speed data transfer with low energy consumption. For successful laser communication, one must consider air conditions, as air molecules can absorb or scatter beams, and beam weakening can occur due to aerosols, dust, rain, snow, and fog. Aiming a narrow laser beam accurately was the primary challenge for establishing contact with an object located in the Zeta Orion system. A misalignment of even a fraction of a second could lead to loss of information. This is why the Anunnaki meticulously aligned the pyramid with the cardinal points and ensured the precise incline of the shafts for accurate targeting. However, even this might not have been sufficient. The laser communication system installed in the pyramid was equipped with beam alignment adjustments, accurate to within a few hundredths of a second. The difficulty in controlling the beam over such long distances was due to the lack of feedback, making real-time adjustments impossible. The solution was to repeat the same information hundreds of times in a single direction, and then incrementally adjust the beam's angle to the right, left, up, down, or diagonally within the tolerance of a few thousandths of a second. The location chosen for building the pyramid near Giza was also determined by the requirements of laser communication. To avoid signal loss due to atmospheric opacity, an ideal area with minimal cloud cover was selected. The installation of the laser device at a height of approximately 100 meters was also dictated by the requirements of the system. At this height, Even fine dust is absent in calm weather, and the probability of the beam encountering birds is nearly zero. It is safe to say that the power of these laser devices must have greatly exceeded that of modern-day laser generators. To send information to the Zeta Orionis star system, a generator with at least twice the power would have been needed compared to one for communication with the planets in the Sirius system, which is 8.6 light-years from the Sun. To isolate the Queen's chamber, from where signals were directed to Sirius, from the constant exposure to the laser beam and surrounding equipment, its walls were lined with precisely cut limestone slabs. In the King's chamber, where a laser generator 2 orders of magnitude more powerful was installed, granite blocks weighing up to 30 tons were required for thorough wall, ceiling, and floor insulation. At the calculated time, Sirius appeared within the Queen's chamber shaft. Information was transmitted at intervals of days, weeks, and months. After 20 years, a response arrived from Sirius, and adjustments were made to the laser in the King's chamber. In 2450 BC, when Zeta Orion appeared in the southern shaft of the King's chamber, all power sources were activated, and the generator operated at full capacity. A bright beam pierced the dark sky, and information was sent to the center, to a planet of Zeta Orion. Then, every night, a red flare reappeared over the Great Pyramid, a streak piercing the galaxy's depths where the celestial Duat lay. Why did the Anunnaki have 2 homelands? The distance from Zeta Orion to Earth is approximately 1,000 light-years. According to Sitchin, the Sumerian word Sar sometimes refers to Nibiru. Additionally, Sar means supreme ruler and is associated with the highest god, Anu. It also means completed cycle, depicted as a large circle. Based on this, along with other supporting facts, Sitchin concluded that Nibiru's orbital period is 3,600 Earth-years. At near light speed, if the ship traveled in a straight line, it would reach Earth in 1,000 years. However, the spacecraft must follow calculated trajectories in space, taking additional time. Thus, the round-trip time of Nibiru's interstellar ship from Zeta Orion to Earth and back formed a completed cycle of 3,600 years. Let's return to the description of Enlil Marduk's journey. We can now assert that it involved a journey from Zeta Orion to Earth. The first station was the House of the Bright Waters in Sumerian, or the House of Holiness in Akkadian. The second was Where the Field Divides, and the third, partially illegible on the disk, begins as the Place with a View of the Planet. The fourth was called the Place of Celestial Storms, or the Sacred Place of Destinies. The fifth, Where the Road is Cleared. The sixth, Ship of the Traveler. And finally, the seventh and last station, Earth, where Marduk established the House of Rest. The name of the sixth station, Ship of the Traveler, suggests a change in the spacecraft's function. If up to the sixth station it mostly transported goods, it became primarily a passenger vessel after this point. Our preliminary findings and evidence suggest that the sixth station was a planet in the Sirius system. Sirians were transferred to Earth aboard the interstellar vessel and remained until the next crew arrived. This relay approach was used for work on Earth. The expedition was managed and directed by the inhabitants of Nibiru. Up until this point, the Anunnaki seemed like a unified entity, sent to Earth by an extraterrestrial civilization. But now the hierarchy within the colony is clear. To avoid confusion, the term Anunnaki will refer to Sirians, while gods will denote the Nibirans. The upper world, according to the Sumerians, was divided into 7 heavens, ruled by Anu, the wise elder of the gods, who sat on the 7th heaven's throne. It is remarkable that the number of stops of the interstellar ship matches the number of heavens. Counting from Earth, upon reaching the seventh heaven, or seventh station, Nibiru's passengers should have arrived on the planet orbiting Zeta Orion, where Anu ruled. It is highly probable that intermediate stations along the interstellar route had water, organic life, and animal species for replenishing fuel and food supplies. Otherwise, it would have made no sense for the gods to stop and waste precious time on deceleration, landing, and takeoff. The Anunnaki represented a trained, highly educated technical workforce. They controlled flying devices, designed and constructed factories, power plants, temples, and buildings, laid canals, established communication with the center, worked in mines using complex machinery, participated in wars of the gods, and engaged in agriculture. The gods governed, directed, made decisions for everyone, and possessed knowledge referred to in myths as the tablets of destinies. Thanks to planetary communication between the Nibirians and constant contact with the cosmic center in Nippur, the knowledge and power of the gods were immeasurable, in the Anunnaki's view, limitless. Therefore, any god could easily impose his will on the orders of the Igigi and Anunnaki, who executed them clearly and obediently. But one day, the Anunnaki revolted, and, meeting their wishes, the gods created humans in the image and likeness of the Anunnaki. The gods and goddesses had enough knowledge to create a new species capable of performing hard labor. Myths briefly and sparingly tell us about the life of the Anunnaki, the main characters of myths being the gods. Only the prominent name of the great builder of the Giza pyramids, the architect Imhotep, is mentioned several times as a mark of gratitude for leaving blueprints on Earth before returning to his homeland. The appearance of the Anunnaki can be deduced from the appearance of the stone statues of the monumental monument on Easter Island, or the Olmec heads. In 1950, French ethnologists Marcel Griol and Germaine Dieterlen published an article about the beliefs of the Dogon, an African people living in the present-day Republic of Mali. Dogon culture is rather backward, but its archaic mythology contains knowledge about the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, spiral star worlds, and many other astronomical realities, which modern science knows only thanks to telescopic observations. The main astronomical details in Dogon myths are connected with Sirius, in which it is asserted that around Sirius revolves an invisible companion, a small white star made of extremely dense matter. Modern astronomy confirms that Sirius B is a white dwarf, a star with enormous mass and density despite its small size. The sources of knowledge about some of the other Dogon views, such as Sirius B's rotation around its axis, or that the Milky Way is a spiral star system, remain unclear. Some Dogon claims are still unconfirmed by modern science, but are not yet disproved either. The Dogon say that in addition to Sirius B, Po, another invisible star orbits Sirius A, which they call Emeya. According to the Dogon view, the satellites Po Tolo and Emeya Tolo orbit Sigi Tolo in approximately the same period, 50 years, although Emeya Tolo's trajectory is longer. From the standpoint of modern celestial mechanics, such an orbit is extremely unlikely if even possible. Emeya Tolo is larger than Po Tolo and 4 times lighter. It is also called the Little Sun of Women, Yao Nai Dagi. The Dogon know that stars are distant from Earth. Sirius, referred to as the navel of the world, occupies a central place among a group of nearby stars in the sky, including the stars of the Pleiades constellation, Gamma Canis Minoris, Ennigeran Tolo, Procyon, Tara Tolo, and others. Note: Sirius is the brightest star in the sky, with a magnitude of 1.4. This white star is located 8.6 light-years from Earth. It has a companion, an 8th magnitude white dwarf with an orbital period of 50 years, Sirius B, visible only through a very powerful telescope. Procyon is the 8th brightest star, 0.4 magnitude. This yellow-white star is 11.4 light-years from Earth. Gamma Canis Minoris is 170 light-years away. The Pleiades are not a constellation, but a beautiful star cluster, about 100 stars in total, located 380 light-years from Earth, in the constellation Taurus. Dogon myths claim that the sum of these stars constitutes the inner system or foundation support of the world. The outer system consists of other, more distant celestial bodies. This system forms the spiral star world Yalu Ulo, which can be observed in the sky as the Milky Way. There are infinitely many such spiral star worlds, or in modern terms, galaxies, in the universe, and the universe itself is infinite but measurable. The universe is inhabited by living beings. On other lands, according to the Dogon, live horned, tailed, winged, and crawling people. As for plants, for example, pumpkin and sorrel seeds sprouted in all worlds of the universe before reaching Earth. The pale fox, the hero of a large cycle of Dogon myths, symbolizes drought, disorder, and is the opposite of water, light, and order represented by Nomo. Among Dogon drawings there is one of the fox descending in an arc from the star Po. Another drawing shows the Sun and Sirius, with Sirius's diameter exceeding that of the Sun, connected by a curve spiraling around each luminary, similar to a cosmic flight trajectory. However, the fox was not the only one to land on Earth. Shortly afterward, another arc brought the god Nommo to our planet, who is depicted by the Dogon as half human and half snake, with flexible, jointless limbs and a split tongue. Along with him, humanoid visitors arrived on Earth. This arc landed after 8 years of oscillating through space, raising a cloud of dust with its air vortex upon landing. The descent of the ark is symbolically depicted on the facade of the Dogon sanctuary. According to the Dogon, in the first year of the visitor's life on Earth, the star Po flared brightly and exploded, then slowly faded over 240 years until it became invisible to the human eye. The explosion of Sirius B, which shed part of its mass and became a white dwarf, is also hypothesized by modern scientists. Some written sources suggest that this explosion occurred after the birth of Christ, in our era. Nearly 2,000 years ago, Roman philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca wrote about Sirius. The redness of the dog star is deeper, softer than that of Mars. Today, mentioning Sirius's red color might seem strange, to say the least. One does not need to be a specialist astronomer to find this bright white-blue star in the night sky. According to the writings of the Persian astronomer Al-Sufi, this is how it appeared in the 10th century A.D. However, in the 2nd century A.D., the prominent ancient astronomer Ptolemy included Sirius in his list of red stars in the Almagest. Soviet astronomer D. Martinov, examining possible mechanisms for such changes, concluded that Sirius B exploded as a supernova in one of the early centuries A.D., and that before the explosion, Sirius B was a red giant, which caused the entire Sirius system to appear red. After the explosion, it turned into an exceptionally dense star the size of Earth. Scientists are puzzled as to how the primitive Dogon people could possess such knowledge about the Sirius star system and the universe. Our evidence, based on myths and facts, leads us to assert that the Anunnaki landed in the Dogon's area. At the start of the Common Era, Sirius B began to rapidly expand. The Anunnaki had to urgently evacuate to other habitable planets, and they chose the Sahara Desert upon arrival on Earth, likely due to its climate, which resembled conditions on a planet in the Sirius system. The explosion of Sirius B indicated to the Anunnaki that their civilization was lost and that they would never return home. Based on the explosion of Sirius B, we can explain the Anunnaki's unusual obsession with gold. According to the theory of stellar evolution, stars with 1 to several times the mass of the Sun eventually enter the red giant phase. The history of Sirius B spans billions of years, during which its luminosity changed very little. This allowed Sirius B's planetary system to exist under nearly stable conditions, enabling life on one of its planets to develop for an extended period. However, at a certain point, the nuclear processes within Sirius B underwent a transformation. When hydrogen fuel was exhausted in the star's core, nuclear reactions shifted, causing masses of hot plasma to be ejected into space. Stellar flares produce intense radiation. During this period of increasing activity, the Anunnaki and the Nibiruans developed a plan to reduce the electromagnetic radiation affecting the planet's inhabitants. They proposed shielding the planet with a mesh woven from thin threads of gold. Metal meshes are significantly lighter than sheet materials, easy to assemble and maintain, permit air exchange, and are effective at blocking a wide range of radio frequencies. Gold was chosen for the mesh due to its unique properties, its high malleability and ductility, high reflectivity, resistance to both diluted and concentrated acids, and its stability against atmospheric corrosion and various natural waters. Gold proved to be an ideal material for a shielding mesh in a chemically aggressive environment. To create a durable structure, it may have been applied as a coating onto a strong, elastic thread via electroplating. The thickness of these metallic layers varied depending on the properties of the thread. Due to the scarcity of gold on their own planet, the Anunnaki were forced to seek other sources. The Nibiruans suggested that Earth had large gold deposits. Moreover, the Nibiruans noted, living conditions on Earth do not require additional expenditure on artificial structures to maintain necessary conditions for life. The Nibiruans offered their services in transporting Anunnaki workers to and from Earth. According to our timeline, approximately 500,000 years ago, the Anunnaki began this project. Initially, the plan may have only involved shielding certain areas, but as Sirius B's activity increased, they had to shield the entire planet. The demand for gold grew, and the Anunnaki struggled to meet this demand with their limited workforce. This situation led to the need for robot labor, intelligent humans, to assist the overburdened Anunnaki workforce. As Sirius B continued to release matter into interstellar space, its size increased dramatically, engulfing nearby planets and raising temperatures on more distant planets. At this stage, Sirius B became a red giant, which accounted for the visible red color of the entire Sirius system from Earth. The Anunnaki had to evacuate the population from habitable areas to planets farther from the star, where they also set up gold thread screens. Gold's demand continued to rise. Gold mining began not only in the largest gold deposits in South Africa, but also on other continents. When the Anunnaki left Earth, life on a distant planet in the Sirius B system continued, and all the gold they had accumulated over a period exceeding 10,000 years was taken with them. As Sirius B shed its outer, cooler layers, its red light became brighter and redder from Earth. Its core temperature rose sharply. In one of the first centuries of our era, Sirius B exploded, expelling its outer shell into intergalactic space, destroying everything in its vicinity. Sirius B became a white dwarf, an ultra-dense star the size of Earth. Using the available space transportation, the relocation of the population began long before the explosion. Dogon legends recount one of the last journeys of a group of Anunnaki and the ship's captain, a Nibiruan, to Earth. They witnessed the explosion of their home star, Sirius B, from Earth. To accommodate as many passengers as possible, the Anunnaki removed unnecessary equipment and furniture from the ship. Lacking advanced technology, they differed from Earthlings only in their knowledge, which they attempted to pass on to the natives, much like Robinson Crusoe with Friday. Over time, a new genetic branch of the Anunnaki mixed with human genes, occasionally producing individuals like Newton, Einstein, Mozart, and Leonardo da Vinci. In roughly 5.7 billion years, the quiet life of the solar system will come to an end. Like the Anunnaki, humanity will need to solve the problem of finding another star. The Sun, like Sirius B, will become a red giant, engulfing Mercury and Venus before it eventually explodes, transforming into a cold white dwarf. In the red giant phase, Earth's temperature will exceed 100 degrees Celsius, oceans will evaporate, and as the Sun loses mass, a stream of gas and solar dust will fall on Earth, up to 10 billion tons of solar material per year, with about 1% as dust. The fine dust lost by red giants will settle slowly in Earth's atmosphere, darkening the planet's surface. Earth will become a dry, lifeless, and dark place. Anunnaki longevity and humanity. According to Anunnaki history, the gods Enki and Enlil lived on Earth throughout the period described by the Sumerians, from the landing of the first interplanetary ship until their return to the planet of the star Zeta Orionis. S. Kramer's translation of the text allows us to clarify the timeline of Eridu's reign. Lulim reigned over Eridu for 8 Shar, 36,000 years. Lalgar for 10 Shar, 36,000 years. Men-Lu Anna for 12 Shar, 43,200 years. Men-Gal Anna for 8 Shar, 28,800 years. Dumuzi for 10 Shar, 36,000 years. Ensipa-Zi Anna for 8 Shar, 28,800 years. Enmen-Dur Anna for 6 Shar, 21,600 years. Ub-Ar-Tutu for 5 Shar, 18,000 years. The Shar, Sar in Akkadian, represents the royal number, 3,600 years. Another Sumerian text, catalog number WB/62, held in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England, adds 2 more names, bringing the total reign to exactly 120 Shar, or 432,000 years, before the flood swept over the earth. By earthly standards, the gods, Nibiruans, were immortal and lived for at least 500,000 years. The rulers of Eridu did not belong to the elite clan of 12 Sumerian gods, the Nibiruans, nor were they humans or part of an educated class of Homo sapiens. Before the arrival of the enlightening Anunnaki, humans were at the Stone Age level and remained wild, forest-dwelling hunter-gatherers. Initially, the Anunnaki regarded humanoid creatures, including Neanderthals, as animals, just as modern humans view gorillas or chimpanzees. The first humans were created by mixing Neanderthal and Anunnaki cells. Some female humans were so attractive that Anunnaki began marrying them despite their low intelligence. In Sumerian religious texts, Kiara wrote that a deity, Anunnaki, required special permission from the council and the woman's consent to marry a mortal woman. The Bible conveys a similar idea. In Genesis chapter 6, we read, "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. When the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, mighty men which were of old, men of renown." With the arrival of Homo sapiens, genetically related to the Anunnaki, Children were born. These children were later called demigods. Humans considered both the Anunnaki and the gods to be immortal. Surprisingly, however, demigods were considered mortal by the Sumerians and Egyptians. Whether combining Neanderthal and Anunnaki genes was flawed or the gods intentionally modified genetic structures in the new species remains unknown. However, the fact remains. Humans and demigods were bound by the same lifespan as all warm-blooded creatures within the nature system. Over the past decade, successful research has been conducted by comparing mtDNA and Y chromosomes in various ethnic populations and nationalities. The first significant research into mtDNA in different races revealed a common ancestry for all living people along the maternal line. In 1987, A. Wilson and his colleagues at the University of California, Berkeley, studied the mtDNA of 147 individuals from various races. Analysis showed that all mtDNA originated from a single ancestor. Based on the diversity of these mtDNA samples, Wilson estimated that this universal mother, the source of all modern mtDNA types, lived in East Africa approximately 137,000 years ago. There is less molecular data on the Y chromosomal Adam. Studying the Y chromosome is more challenging, but existing findings generally suggest a timeline of 50,000 to 60,000 years. This discrepancy suggests a significant event affecting the male lineage approximately 50,000 years ago, resulting in a reset of genetic history for men. Sumerian accounts of creating Adam. Mesopotamian texts provide abundant information on the creation of the first copy of Adam. The gods followed Enki's instructions precisely. In the house of Shimti, where the breath of life was instilled, Enki, the mother goddess, Nin-Hursag, and 14 assisting goddesses gathered. Enki proposed using the being that already exists as a basis to create Lulu, the primitive worker. The goddess Nin-Hursag purified the essence of a young Anunnaki and mixed it with the egg cells of the already existing female. The divine essence, the god's blood, and the purification bath were prepared. Enki purified the clay, repeating incantations continually. After 3 recitations, Nin-Hursag pinched off 14 pieces of clay, placing 7 on the right and 7 on the left, with a mold between them. The goddesses were divided into 2 groups, and the mother goddess placed the 14 pieces of mixed clay into their wombs. The birthing goddesses gathered in pairs of 7. Nin-Hursag counted the months. As the 10th month approached and the time came, their wombs convulsed. The mother goddess, covering her head, assumed the role of midwife, whispered blessings, and, with hope and compassion, guided the births. She extracted the mold, and life was poured into it. In the Bible, it is written that man was created from the dust of the ground. Sitchin noted that the Hebrew word tit, dust or earth, derives from Sumerian, where tayit means that which possesses life. Therefore, Adam was not created from dust or clay, but from living matter. God first created the man and then woman. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep, and while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man. In Sumerian, the word ti can mean either rib or life. Thus, one could imagine that Adam's life substance was taken to create the first woman. Translating this process into modern terms, egg cells taken from Neanderthal females and fertilized with male Anunnaki sperm were placed in the wombs of 14 goddesses. A normal gestation process followed, resulting in the birth of children. The birthing goddesses gathered, producing 7 males and 7 females. When the perfected human was created, Ninhursag proclaimed, "I have created him. I made him with my own hands." The newly created being, called Lulu, literally means the one who was mixed. Sumerian texts use Lulu to denote worker or servant. Humans, Lulu, were initially created as a slave race, freeing the gods from their labor in underground mines. Humans inherit 22 pairs of chromosomes, with each parent contributing 1 chromosome per pair. Women carry 2 X chromosomes, while men have 1 X and 1 Y chromosome. Combining an Anunnaki's Y chromosome with the X chromosome of a Neanderthal female resulted in the first male. Early humans resembled the Bushmen of southern and eastern Africa. The combination of the Anunnaki and Neanderthal X chromosomes in the mother's egg resulted in the birth of mitochondrial Eve, a Bushman woman whom all human women would consider their foremother. The Bushman language contains unique click sounds, absent in all other languages worldwide. The Bushmen differ significantly from other African groups, including their Bantu neighbors, both linguistically and anthropologically, possessing lighter skin, narrow noses, and distinct physical traits. Bushman DNA also contains a unique Y chromosome mutation not found in any other human populations worldwide, but present in apes. This mutation, possibly inherited from Neanderthals, persists only among the Bushmen, whose ancestors once occupied a large part of the African continent. Thus, Adam and Eve, resembling modern Bushmen, were real individuals whose descendants are the ancestors of all living humans. Millennia passed without significant change. Humanity continued to lead a primitive life using stone tools, while the Anunnaki forced the strongest individuals to labor in gold mines. Approximately 70,000 years ago, an event triggered human migration. The modern human appeared in Europe around 50,000 years ago, in Asia 70,000 years ago, and in America and Australia 35,000 years ago. Comparative analysis of DNA in various modern populations suggests that, before migrating from Africa about 70,000 years ago, the ancestral population had divided into at least 3 groups, which eventually formed the African, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid races. At this point, traces of the original Y chromosome Adam, created alongside Eve, disappear, and the genealogies of new Adams, of African, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid types, begin to develop. Sumerian texts surprisingly provide a detailed description of this era. The Anunnaki tirelessly dug the river, built dams, and deepened canals, and soon they began to demand that they, too, be replaced by primitive workers. The Anunnaki came to Enlil. They asked him for the black-headed ones so that the black-headed ones would quickly take up their hoes in hand. Thus, primitive workers began performing all the hard labor in the Abzu and Mesopotamia. In the land of the mines, they bore the burden of unendurable labor. In Mesopotamia, they built the gods' homes with pickaxes and shovels in hand, and cultivated food to feed the gods. The growing need for labor and a decline in the human population due to issues in the Y chromosome of the first man prompted the Anunnaki to return to creating a new model of humans. To enhance effectiveness and accelerate population growth, all Anunnaki living on Earth participated in this experiment. Judging by monuments on Easter Island, the Olmec heads, and Chinese bronze masks, different races among the Anunnaki served as the progenitors of the European, African, and Asian races. Young people of this new population were used by the Anunnaki in construction, quarries, underground mining in various parts of the planet, canal and dam construction in Mesopotamia, forestry in India, mines in Swaziland and Lesotho, in Namibia, Uzbekistan, Peru, and Mexico. This new, improved human model largely replaced its predecessors in the areas they had settled across Africa. Human expansion on the planet. It is surprising how scientists attribute human dispersal across the planet to changes in climate. The first humans spent 75,000 years within Southeast and Central Africa, not attempting to venture beyond the savannas and jungle edges. Then, 65,000 years ago, according to evolutionists, humans suddenly moved north, overcoming rivers, seas, mountain ranges, deserts, and wild forests. It's hard to understand how scientists explain the actual process of early human dispersal across the planet, avoiding any mention of water travel and assuming they had no geographical knowledge of the planet. Claims of a prolonged migration process over tens of thousands of years clarify nothing. Why would early humans have aimed to move far northeast across Asia, all the way to Chukotka, as if they knew uninhabited lands lay beyond in the Americas? It seems illogical to suggest that early humans knew about lands far across the ocean. European explorers discovered Australia only in the 18th century. How could primitive humans have known about a fertile continent across hundreds of miles of open water? Upon examining evolutionary theories and their attempts to connect facts unearthed by archaeologists, it appears that the theories are contrived or superficially woven together. The Anunnaki's role clarifies all of these wonders of history. Logical analysis of the origins of humanity leads us to conclude that humanity shares the blood of the Anunnaki. A phrase from the Holy Scriptures, "We are all sons of God," turns out to be literally true. We, all people on Earth, are children of the Anunnaki. This means that, at a certain level of development, humans may discover the genetic secrets of aging, learn to control them, and live as long as the Anunnaki, thousands of years. How society will handle discoveries in this area is another topic entirely, perhaps for a science fiction novel. It's possible that only a select few will benefit, creating a circle of the chosen with knowledge, power, and influence. In the broader human sense, these could become gods, and once again, Anunnaki would live on Earth and rule the planet.